Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live and Capital Preservation Friday. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Analyst. Joining me live, as always, on a Friday, the incredible Pax. Pax, how are you?
Good, Jimmy. How are you? The incredible.
You are incredible. You look fabulous. You sound fabulous. We were talking in the green room earlier this morning, and I'm pumped up to have this conversation today.
Me too. A lot of things going on. It's going to be interesting to see how the data comes out later. Or not later in 20 minutes or 30 minutes, and see whether or not this rally continues, and in equities and the rally in bonds and the break in gold. It's going to be the whole. It's an interesting board. It's a risk on board. With gold starting to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, I think. And I think we'll have a pretty good idea as to how we're going to end the quarter. 8:30 Eastern, another 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this PC number, I have this weird feeling it's going to be kind of important to kind of set the pace for the next couple of months, especially with respect to this whole conversation, I'll call it, between the FOMC people and other people in the administration. So I think this PC is going to be it could either ignite a further division or maybe result in kind of cooler heads prevailing, wait and see attitude. So I think it's going to be a big PC number today. And I know what the expectations are and all that stuff, but you never know. We can get a surprise.
We could definitely get a surprise. I think one of the things that we've learned as we've earned these lines under our eyes and on our foreheads is to expect the unexpected. And in this business, the unexpected will happen. You get comfortable, you get complacent, and the next thing is all hell's breaking loose. Let's. I don't know why this thought just came to mind. Is a lot of people are. I wouldn't sleep on this summer. This is going to be a busy summer.
Yeah.
And people still think, that this is 1995, that, traders are going in Chicago, they're all going to Michigan and they're all going to Lake Geneva, and in New York, they're all going to the Hamptons. Yeah, computers run this,
Yeah.
all you have to do is switch it on. You can do that from the Hamptons, or you can do it from Michigan or Wisconsin, and these algos, the thousands and thousands of algorithms that run the market and the HFTs that own them are going to be active this summer. Be out there looking for opportunity. You keep pressing keep working every day on your mind, your body, and your spirit. Don't let up. This is going to be a busy, active, tradable summer.
Yeah.
But you don't need to be involved in every wiggle and every move.
Yeah, it's funny. I have a funny story. A few years back, we had a family retreat. It was a summer family retreat to the Outer Banks. There was about 30 Cagninas. We rented this big house, and we're all having a great time on the beach and all of that stuff. And my youngest brother was literally half the time on his mobile app trading 30-year Treasury bonds the whole time. So even
Oh
if you're on
man.
vacation, there's folks that are still hitting that buy sell button.
Oh, I've done that. And the vein, hitting the buy sell button, hitting that vein. I've done that more times than I can count. I had to take my trading app off my phone so that I'm not sitting there looking at what's the S&P doing, where's gold, whatever positions I have on. I stopped. I lost 60,000 from the beach.
Oh,
In
God.
where in the hell were we? Puerto Vallarta. We're in Puerto Vallarta, and I'm sitting there trading from the beach, trading cattle spreads and getting destroyed. Cattle spreads, like a crack addict. What can I trade? What can I trade? I got to find something to trade. And ridiculous. So now I try not to do that.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Anyway, yeah, I think you're right though. I think going back to the, idea it's not going to be a sleeper summer. I think, yeah, we're going to have some markets moving, especially with, a lot of this tariff stuff's not resolved and won't be probably resolved this summer. We're going to have all sorts of debate over the $1.9 trillion 2025 deficit and all of that stuff. So the conversation is going to be hot for a long period of time.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. And yeah, it will be. And we've got a plan. We've got a tradable plan. We've got a tradable plan of action. And if you've got a plan every day that you can execute, that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable, then you're going to put yourself in a position to capitalize on this hot summer.
Yeah.
But if you don't, take it easy. Trade on the simulator. Trade on Ninja's got a great simulator. Trade on that until you become consistent. Your only goal, every single day should be to be green, to be positive. It's not going to happen. Nobody's positive, P&L every single day. But you try to. That's your goal. Your goal is to be green. Your goal is ultimately to have a plan and execute it, and not trade your P&L. I should rephrase that. Your goal is to have a plan that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable, and to execute your plan. And if that gives you profitable trades, because it's a business, if it gives you profit, that's good. If it gives you expenses, limit your expenses and move on. Capital preservation every day, but capital preservation Friday, so you don't ruin the weekends.
Absolutely. And that's where we're at today. We're seeing a lot of rotations happen overnight. I mean, I'm looking at the metals complex, and we've literally on the metals, I don't know if you can see my quote board on the left-hand side here, but gold's down 1.6%, silver down almost 2%, copper 1.15%, platinum down 4%. Palladium down 0.44. So that whole metal complex went from mega rally to, okay, maybe there's profit taking going on. Maybe it was some news driven item, which Tracy mentioned earlier today with respect to the China relationship. But whatever it is, these are big numbers. They're not small numbers in those markets today.
No, you're right, that those are huge moves. And all of the metals were at kind of pivotal areas. Gold specifically at 33.32. We talked about that price over the course of the last few weeks. And now gold is trading at the next pivotal price, which is 32.94. If gold can sustain an offer below 32.94, then it's got some room to run on the downside. And we can see some pressure. I think gold is, I haven't looked at the RSIs, but gold is just, metals in general are so overbought that we need a bit of a relief valve, let a bit of steam out of the market.
Yeah. Give me that number again, Pax, 32.94. 94. All right, I'm gonna get that Pax. I lost my Pax chart. I'm rebuilding it right now, but got it. And that's where we're at right now, man. We are literally sitting there. Wow, we're sitting at where are we at 32.90 right now. So a couple of points below that magic number.
Well, the other price that we were talking about last month or so was 33.32, and that kept 33.32 kept setting up each swing either higher or lower. And I defined it on Twitter the other day, but we've already swung it up there a few times. But 33.32 is the pivotal price back up to I'll tell you exactly 33.53. 33.71, but the swing is completed at 34.68. So once we're below 34.68, we swing back down to 33.71 to 33.53, and then back to the old quarterly pivot, flattened zone of 33.32. Now underneath here, the next quarterly pivot is going to be 32.94. Underneath there, we've got some room, 32.74, 32.54. 32.03. Do you want me to do this slower?
Yeah, I'm going. All right. I got. I have 32.70. I know. I totally lost your charts. So we're rebuilding. But
Sorry,
I have 32.74. What's under that?
$20 more. 32.54.
Got it.
Underneath 32.54. 32.03. I'm sorry, let me say that with the non-Chicago accent. 32.03.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know if I'm losing my Chicago accent or not. I've been gone for 4 years.
No, you're not losing it.
Okay, good.
You sound like you just stepped off the North Avenue bus.
Oh, the North Avenue bus. Well, I remember when I was younger, my uncle he lived in Galewood, and we would meet at his house. We'd take two buses, one up Narragansett to Irving Park Road, and then another bus all the way down to the stadium and go to a Cubs game when you could actually get a ticket for face value.
One of the greatest guys I know is from Galewood, Mike Carmignani.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, underneath, Carmignani would always say, he was one of our clerks that we ended up backing, and Carmignani would always say he's gonna he's going to turn the lights off on the exchange, or in the S&P pit. And he stood in the S&P pit until COVID, when the CME finally closed it.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So we have some levels in gold. Gold's selling off big time today.
Underneath, underneath 3203, the next quarterly pivot is it's not until 3060. So there's some room to run underneath these bigger macro levels, but 3203, then like every $40 till we get down to 3062. That's going to be a huge level. I would buy that dip. I would get underneath 32.94. I'm flat gold. I wish I was short, but I'm not. I'll load the boat getting long at 30.62.64. So buy it in front of there with a very, very tight stop. That's a dip that I would buy, but with a very tight stop. It's $220 away.
Yeah.
But this gold runs, man. It runs.
Yeah, it does. And so we're seeing a big break. The other thing I noticed is kind of this, I love these 8 EMAs and the 21 EMAs on an actual daily chart. And the cross is one thing when you get that cross under or crossover, but I want to see separation between the two, right? And as long as we have continued separation, then I feel like my bias is a little bit more supported, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense.
Well, let's get over the E-mini S&P, man. This is the resilient market of I'm going to say of calendar year 2025. I mean, look at it, no amount of bad news is going to stop this thing.
I don't even know what to say. The indices have been overbought since 2015. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we're going to. I'm just exaggerating, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to keep rallying. And the Nasdaq, the S&P has been incredibly resilient, and it was just I don't know. I was thinking a lot about this last week, and this is just an idea. I don't know if it's even worth mentioning, but for the majority of my career and your career, the markets don't like uncertainty. And it sure seems like there's a lot of things uncertain, and especially last week. We gapped lower the last 2 weeks because of war news, only to rally, only to scream higher. So for the majority of the month of June, we've been talking in here about rollover, the importance of rollover. And I don't trade rollover. The month of May wasn't very good for me. We didn't really move very much, so I didn't do much. I'm also not as active as I once was. And, so the whole idea is that we're looking for capital flows in the market. So we had expiration a week ago today, and then that is going to give me all new mathematical targets and all new flow into the market. And we're just looking for new capital flow in and out of the indices, in and out of the bonds, in and out of the dollar and metals and things that are going to move us. And where are we going to move from? Well, we've got a new quarterly pivot, and that's 60-10.
Yep.
So you're long above 60-10 and you're short below it. Where are we going above 60-10? Well, we've got 60. And my group was all very prepared for this. And there's in trading, every morning I'll tell them I'm not willing to spend money in this market, or this is a market I want to spend money in. This is a day to go big. We held 60-10 out of the opening range Monday, got above 60-26, and it was off to the races. Buy them big, buy them now, buy a lot. And and we took them up to 60-41, and then 60-62 is a macro zone that won't change. It's on the board there. And then above 60-62, the next target is 62.06. Well, we're going to open there. And these are prices that don't change. They're not going to change. 60-10 is the quarterly pivot for the entire SEP contract. We're way above that. So where are we going above that? Well, 60-62, and then up to 61 quarter, 60, and then the all-time high. Here's another controversial question. Apparently it's controversial. What was the all-time high? The all-time high is 61.66, but then we get into the question of back adjusted, non-back adjusted charts. 61.66 was the all-time high until this week. So we're above that. Now we're at the next macro zone, which won't change, and that's the 6206 level. Now above that, we will accelerate the buying going up to, well, 6290 something, and then up to 6406. Now, as we head into the end of the quarter, and part of that will occur today, and then the rest on Monday. As we head into the end of the quarter, we can expect, especially Monday, in the last half an hour, last 15 minutes, last hour, half hour, last 15 minutes especially, some really good price action settling up. This has been a great trading quarter, at least, the beginning part of it. Hugely profitable. You want to be a big league hitter, you got to hit big league pitching, as Jimmy Jude says. So, this was big league pitching. Now, there is going to be end of the quarter kind of settling up, right? And then beginning whenever the July 1st is Tuesday, next Tuesday, beginning then, we'll get all new capital flows. So you can expect the momentum of the market to begin to pick up. I know it's 4th of July week. I know, that's going to be a shortened week, but as we were kind of discussing earlier, don't sleep on this summer. It just doesn't take a whole lot to turn a computer on to run these algos. So, all new capital flows coming in the beginning of the third quarter. That'll pick up obviously after the end of the July 4th holiday.
Yeah. On that note too, we have a real special guest coming up 11:30 East Coast time. Catherine Yoshimoto, who is the director of product management at FTSE Russell, and it is Russell Reconstruction day. Final formula gets released today, and then Monday. It's the Russell indexes are going to look different. So she's going to walk us through why they do it, what the whole process is. It's going to be really interesting. But that also is going to cause a lot of adjustments with respect to portfolios that are holding elements of this index, ETFs, and all that other stuff. They're going to be buying and selling to get rid of the equities that are booted out of the index, and then buying the ones that are in the index to kind of balance their ETFs and their funds. So we're going to get that little extra Russell stuff. Now this has been forecast for a while, but they're going to get a little bit of extra stuff for Russell related equities today and on Monday.
Russell reconstitutes every year in the mid to late June. So what that means is that they she'll explain it. Catherine will explain it. She knows it much better than I do. But they take some underperforming and not performing stocks out and replace them with others, with a whole new slew of companies. So, the idea, at least for us as traders, is that should bring about greater momentum in Russell. And I was wondering yesterday, I think Russell led the way yesterday, percentage wise anyway. And I was wondering if yesterday's move in the Russell didn't have something to do with the reconstitution of RTY.
Yeah, I'll ask her that. That's a great observation. Yeah, the Russell was dominant over the other stock index futures. Yeah. It's funny because in Power Hour, and as we got from 3:30 to 4, you saw that Russell spike up well in advance. A lot of traders are like, all right, we're at the highs right now. Should I look for retracement and get short, or should I do I expect to continue? The Russell 2000 kept going strong, and I was like, all right, is the E-mini S&P and NASDAQ going to follow? And sure enough, they did about 10 minutes later.
Well, there's a couple of things to keep in mind about Russell too. Is that the Russell is just above the 200-day moving average by 10 points. That's 2185. 2185 in the Russell. Now, the Russell has not seen the 200-day moving average since February 21st. So it's been solidly below it since September 21st. Now, to put that in perspective, the 200-day in the NASDAQ is my Lord, it's 16,001. Could that be right? Oh, that's a weekly. Never mind. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I'll tell you what that is in a second. Let me move over there. So it's like 20,745. So 2,000, we're 2,000 points above it in the NASDAQ. The S&P is like 5850. 58.
Give me the NASDAQ number one more time.
20,745. That's a 200-day in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
The Russell is 2185. The 200-day in the NASDAQ is 20,745. 200-day in the SPOOs or in the S&P is 5860. So Russell's lagging.
While we're on the NASI, let's where's the quarterly pivot there?
Quarterly pivot in the NASDAQ is going to be 21,889.
Okie doke. Got that guy on the chart.
Okay, and then long above 21,889 to the next macro level, which is 22,000. We did all of this week. 22,087. So on, you'd be short to take profit here. So 21,889, 22,087.
Got it.
22,445. And then 23,109.
$23,109. All right. Yeah. Wow. There we go. We got our target for today, maybe.
Yeah, we do. And then above that, 23,333.
Oops, 23,333. Let me get that in there. I promise I won't lose my lines this time.
There's another price that we need to pay attention to is, and I should have mentioned this in the S&P, both in the NASDAQ, it's going to be 22,319, 22,319. That's the old all-time high that we took out this week, 22,319. That's going to be support. We make it back down there, 22,319.
There we go. Got some PAX lines going.
And then the S&P corresponding price is 61.66.
Wow. Yeah. So again, resilient, man. It's just marching. We had that breakout to the upside here. This was on today's Friday, right? So it was on Tuesday. And then boom, just bumped right up. Like, hold my beer. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah. See? Yeah. I think Leo thinks we're old, but yeah, see, that's a hip line right there. Hold my beer.
I think, well, okay, so I'm a little older than you, so I think at least I'm only going to speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for you. You're young, you're beautiful. I am literally like everybody that we interact with is younger than me. And it's funny. I'll tell you this though, from those order flow lab guys, especially Leo, well, not especially, all of them. I learned stuff from those guys. I mean, they look at the markets a way that I forgot about. You know what I mean? So I learned from these guys, and I love it, man. I don't have this ego or this like, these young punks don't know what they're doing. They do.
Oh, I do. I have that ego, but I learned from them a great deal. I think that they're all, not only are they great guys, but they're very, very good traders. And, and they don't sell nonsense. They talk about reality, and the reality is this isn't easy. There's nothing easy about this. And there's struggles along the way, and nobody exhibits that, I think, as honestly and as raw as I do. At least I hope I do. I want everyone to know that I've made every mistake, so you don't have to. And and these younger guys that are coming up behind us, whether we're talking about Kane, Kane reminds me a lot of me, or Merritt, or or Leo, and Stowe, and Nick, and Christian, and Sarah, and my Croatian sister Tanya, or anybody, this is America.
If Christian doesn't inspire you to be a better human being, I can't help you.
Oh, 100%. And if all of those guys, I mean, Anthony really put together an incredible team here. Really, really put together an incredible team. All of the next generation of traders, I think, as exhibited by NinjaTrader Live, not selling, hey, look at me, look at my supercars, look at my whatever, no, this is hard. This is difficult, but it's possible, and some months are going to be huge. Some trades are going to be huge. There's a lot of standing around and twiddling your thumbs and a lot of doing nothing, at least for long-term profitable traders. And there's setbacks. And sometimes we try to create things out of nothing, and we chase losses, or we chase missed opportunity. We chase well, from my standpoint, the best trade that we had all week long was Monday. When we opened up, it's the S&P opening range was 60.26 to 60.17. And my quarterly pivot, or our quarterly pivot, is 60.10. So when we held that quarterly pivot, we got above the opening range. That was the best trade that we had all week long. It's still paying, still long. Traders in my group are still long, and you're going to stay long until the swing is completed, another 200 handles higher, right? Now, the rest has been sitting around talking about the White Sox and the Cubs and beef sandwiches and who's got a better pizza and what we're doing 2 weeks from now. Not looking for tradable opportunities on a 5-minute, 30-second overlay and all kinds of other things. It's sitting around, looking at other markets that are tradable. Bonds are tradable. Bonds held huge levels at 113.24. We've talked about for the last 2 months, and now trading in another pivotal spot, 114.28. Above this, 115.15. I mean, it's, we look for other tradable opportunities. We talk about them. We flesh them out. We maybe probe the market a little bit, but we are not going to force. We are not going to chase. We're going to let the market come to us. That makes that puts us in a position to be long-term profitable and not constantly involved. That is a passport to poverty. Constantly being involved in the market, looking for every last tick and every last drop of blood from a rock is going to lead me into, living in an SRO on Van Buren and Wells. And I've got too many kids and too big of a family to do that.
So Pax, before Shai's going to pop in a little while, in a couple of minutes here, and talk about the data that's I think important data is going to hit the street. Let's get a couple of 30-year Treasury bond lines, Pax lines on the chart.
Okay, 113.24. That's the one that's 113.24 is the most important price on this board. It'll be pivotal forever. Now above 113.24, we're long to 114.28.
Okay, got it.
Above 114.28 is 115. Oh, golly, hold on a second. I just said golly. That might be the first time in my entire career of living that I actually said golly.
There you go, folks. Breaking new ground on NinjaTrader Live right now.
115, 10, 115.10 to 12.
Got it.
And then 115.25. Oh my Lord. And then then there's a lot of room on the upside. Let me take a look at it. Oh, and the 200-day moving average is 116.17. So keep an eye on that. 100 days right here. Hey, that's interesting. So the overnight high, or Globex high, is 115.05. The 100-day moving average is 115.04. So if the S&P, just from a moving average standpoint, not S&P 30-year, if the 30-year can get above 115.04, then it should and will test 116.17. That's a 200.
All right. Awesome. Well, I got the lines on here right now. Yeah, full disclosure, I'm long a little tilt from down here somewhere. So we'll see if that keeps rocking.
Be careful tilting on tilt.
No, I know. I got a short leash on this thing.
No, I just wanted to say that because I thought it sounded funny.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait, it's about that time. Pax, my favorite time of the morning is always talking with Shai.
All right, let's go.
Hey guys. So
hey, sister.
quick preview. So we have PCE price index this morning. Expected is 2.3%. That's because that's what Powell said last week. And then core PCE, which is PCE, but excludes food and energy, and is obviously the Fed's preferred metric of inflation, and that is supposed to come in at 2.6%. Again, Powell told us last week that he is expecting both of these numbers, PCE at 2.3 and core PCE at 2.6. So let's see if he's right, I guess.
So Tracy, is it relatively rare when he actually will like come up with numbers ahead of time?
No, he did the last data point too.
Okay.
So, all right. So we had PCE come in at 2.3%. As expected, and core PCE came in a touch hotter at 2.7%. We did also have personal spending come down and personal income come down as well.
Wow. All right. So maybe let's see if the charts did anything. I'm just going to go to a E-mini S&P intraday. Pretty much a nothing burger from expectations point of view, it sounds like.
Absolutely. I mean, prior on core PCE, prior was 2.5%. So we did come in a touch hotter at 2.7%.
Okay. Well, right now, I mean, we're still like right in the middle of the London initial balance right now, trading toward the highs and the SPOOs at 62.13, above that JX4, above the point of control. That's a pretty cool point of control, though. Look at that. That a histogram bar. That's impressive.
What's the price? What's the point of control?
So, right now, it's 6209.
Yeah, how do you like that? Okay, our swing level.
Yeah, yeah. And look at all the consolidation around there. Shai, thanks. Any other news? Any other news we should be aware of at this very moment?
So the only other thing that came up is it looks like the deadline for trade deals will now be Labor Day instead of July 9th.
Oh, isn't that convenient?
Essent mentioned that this morning. So there you go.
Well, I'm gonna be in Italy that day. I hope I'll be able to get back home. I hope that everyone's happy.
You've got to. Oh, I want to see you. I want to see you do the episode from Italy with one of those little Italian white, kangaroo hats with a big cigar hanging out of your mouth, glass of red wine.
If Mission Control lets me do it, I'll do it for sure. We got to get Shab in this one though.
In a Fila tracksuit.
Anyway, Tracy, thank you so much. Appreciate your intel.
Bye, Trace. I love you, sister.
You got it. I love you, Pax.
So before a number like that, I'll take a snapshot of my domes. So I've got record of exactly where we are trading. The S&P went from 6217 to 62, wherever we are, 6211. And the NASDAQ went from 770 to 747. And bonds are, bid a little bit, a couple of ticks, and gold is offered a couple of ticks. So, it's, I don't look like a big nothing morning, which is kind of disappointing. I'll use the opening range to kind of dictate my trades. Another thing too, as far as trading goes, is I think that when we open at all-time highs like this, or we just keep extending higher, is that everybody has a propensity to want to sell this rally. I'm going to fade it. I'm going to fade it. I'm going to fade the gap. I'm going to fade this. I'm going to fade that. I don't fade markets. My goal is to be here, to be here tomorrow. I might make money fading markets, but I can also get destroyed. There's a million ways to make money trading futures, but there's 50 million ways to lose money.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, man. By the way, Carlos, New York Yankees in the chat today. Good to see you, Carlos. 6230 is making a call today.
Okay. Yeah. 6230, Karlowski. I'm in. See what we do there.
Yeah. Engineer Bear, first to chime into the chat this morning. Good to see you. Thanks, everybody, for being here in the chat. It's awesome chat. This is the best chat community there is, period. Hands down. I've been involved in chat communities for a gazillion years, maybe a gazillion in 1 years. But look who's here also. We have Dread Pirate Merritt Black in the house. Apteros Trading is with us. Good to see you, Merritt.
Merritt probably just walked off the golf course hitting, 2 over, scratch. I can't play golf with that kid. He's too good.
Dude, I haven't played golf in 25 years.
I didn't start playing until I was COVID, whenever that was. How old was I during COVID? 51.
Okay.
It was COVID. Where are we going? So I joined a country club and we all started to play golf.
Yeah.
And then I kind of tailed back, Jimmy, because those old guys at my club, all they do is sit around and drink, play cards, and die when they're 80. I'm trying to be 110. I don't want to just sit there and drink my keister off. Yeah, no thanks.
No, I know, that's funny. It's funny. Well, my son's moving down here to the island for grad school, so my guess is we're going to pick it up.
Oh, that'll be great.
Yeah.
That'll be great. My wife is in Florida. My wife and youngest daughter is in Florida this week for, like a national dance championship competition sort of a thing. They left this morning. So it's my middle daughter is at camp. She's a camp counselor at the camp that she had grown up going to. And then so it's just my son and I, Gabriel, who's been learning how to trade with me all summer long. So we've been having a great time. He's 20 tomorrow. And then my birthday is Wednesday. How old am I?
Wow.
I don't want to say it. I'm 57. Holy shit. I'm 50. Holy smokes. I'm 57.
57 years young, Pac.
Oh,
So
man, alive. Oh.
I still have my 15-minute chart up here for the E-mini S&P. I like days like this because, what this chart tells me is some interesting stuff intraday in addition to your targets. I got my bias already. When I see a point of control this dominant, it kind of raises an eyebrow. I'm looking at volume too at the same time. Again, low volume day, 109,000, a little bit better than yesterday though, to be in the day before at this point in the day. And then the session VWAP is just really, I put a circle around it. It's almost right by the point of control and that JX4 level at 6210. And that's one of your numbers. And so this is a whole big area of interest for me. There's a couple of different ways to trade it, and I know what I would consider doing. But again, I love looking at days like this, especially when right now I don't think this is going to be a runaway trend day up or down, short of any crazy news, unplanned news, I like to say, coming out of Capitol Hill or anywhere else. There. So when I look at that, it's like, all right, this volume profile still needs to fill out a little bit down here in the downside to be a really nice distribution. We're not there yet, but I'm going to keep my eye on where my ellipse is right now.
So this is important. Carlos, the 6230 was the high of the week before last. I couldn't care less about that high then. Because that was when SEP was the back month and June was the tradable month. So that high is irrelevant to me. Back adjusted, non-back adjusted chart conversation again. Had it on Twitter, so go read that. Now listen, when we're extending the market into all-time high territory, and this is all-time highs were 61.66 that we took out yesterday or 2 days ago. It becomes extension, fib extensions, right? And everybody's looking at this. And so when we have something like, go back to that last chart where you had everything on there, please.
Yeah. All right. Real quick though, before I do that, I just want to you said fib extension, it hit my ear, and I'll tell you how I would draw it. I would do something like this, although there's a bunch of different ways to do the fib extensions. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that up real fast.
You got to do it. I would do it absolutely from the low of the year to where we are now, and then
okay. So you go way back in time.
Oh yeah. I absolutely believe you have to zoom out. If we're too myopic, we're going to miss the bigger moves. We're going to miss the bigger swings, and we become scalpers, and scalpers inevitably will get run over.
All right. I can make the mod. I can make the modification for you. All right, we'll play with this later. Let's go back to the you wanted to see the intraday.
Yeah. So when we're extending like this, everybody's kind of guessing or forecasting where we're going to go and what we're going to do. But when we start to have a word that like all of the young traders use, confluence. When we have, that word drives me crazy. I don't know why it drives me crazy, but it drives me nuts. But when we have confluence like this. My swing level, which is this price is never going to change. 6206. That price will always be a swing level for me. It's always going to be a major target. When that coincides with anchored VWAP, and that coincides with the point of control, well, that becomes super pivotal I'm going to be long above that, and I'm going to be short below it. So I came in long for Monday, and I'm looking for a spot to take profit up here. I will leave something on unless we close below it, then I'll flatten. But I'm going to take profit underneath 6206 because we've got all of this confluence, you know, and if you guys are, if you're going to, you know, if you're risk reward kind of traders and not a right in or right out kind of a trader, you know, you want to buy them someplace in here with a very tight stop. You know, I mean, the potential on the upside is 200 points. You know, and the potential on the downside, if it doesn't work, is just a few. It's just a few points. You know, so you've got to kind of broaden your horizon, broaden your scope. What is the market trying to do? Are we going lower? Okay, then I want to be short. If we're going lower, to where? You know, and I got to be able to take more out of the market, and I have to eventually learn how to add. So that's all. You know, it's a whole process. You're not going to learn how to add easily and quickly, and you're not going to learn how to take more out of the market easily and quickly. But it's a progression. You have to go through the progression of becoming a long-term profitable trader, and give yourself time. Give the market time. Don't. You know, another expression that drives me crazy is tuition. I paid tuition. All the money I lost is tuition, or I donated it to the market. I can't stand those sayings. You know, but they're true in a sense. But I think they're more general rationalizations for, you know, bad trading. The idea, though, is that you give the market your time and not your money. Don't donate to the market.
Yeah.
No, figure it out.
No, I'm with you. And by the way, someone in the chat, I lost track someone in the chat was asking about your levels and how to get involved with you. What's the best way, Pax? Go to X?
Yeah, you can go to X. I'm Pax Trader 777, and you can go to my website at www.thepaxgroup.org, www.thepaxgroup.org. Somebody was asking about Russell levels. You want to do some Russell levels?
Yeah. Let's shoot over there.
Kingston Mines.
I remember that place when I was a youngster.
Yeah, and it was youngster. Yeah, we're the oldsters now.
Is that still around, you think? Kingston Mines in Chicago?
I don't know.
It was a reggae bar, right?
Yeah.
Or a club, I should say, not a bar. It was like you'd go and you'd like, you know, it was a dance kind of reggae. It was fun.
It was fun. You're right. It was fun. It was blast. I'm blast.
All right. I got a daily chart up here.
Okay. All right. So 2194 is a hugely pivotal level. 2194. Let me put a chart up too so I can see what the daily looks like. And it's okay. And all right. So remember, we talked about the 200-day moving averages, 2185. 2194 is an old quarterly pivots. That's what I'll call a flattened zone. So I'm going to be long above that, short below it. 2194 to 20. These are too tight. 20 for me, but 2194 to 22 even.
Okay. We'll put it on.
22 even. Oh, that 22 even up to 20. This is huge. This level is huge. 22. That's huge going back to 22, but going back to the 20s, I think. So 2194, 22 even-ish, and then 22, and then another huge level, huge bigly level, 2241 to 43. Now we get above that, then you want to really press some longs. That's if we can get above 22 and all twos, and we can get above 2243, then maybe the bear market in Russell will be over. I mean, we've got a huge rally then. That's what I'm saying. So 2244 on the downside. Underneath the 200-day, 2194, 2185, and then a big level, 2168 to 70.
Got it.
And underneath 2168, 20. Oh, another huge level is 2142 to 44. So 2142.
Got it. Now, the very first number you gave me, I think I deleted.
2194.
The 2194?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
no,
then,
it's not. Oh, I didn't delete it. Then it's
yeah,
on
it's
there.
up there. And 2185 is a 200-day moving average, but that, that's fluid. That'll change. All these levels won't change. The 200-day will, it's
Yeah.
right now it's a flat 200-day, but we get above it, it'll be ascending.
Yeah. Okay. There we have it. Yeah. We'll see if it keeps rocking here. I'm just going to go back. I'm going to go all the way back to a weekly just to kind of put this in perspective for a second. Again, we had these highs back in November last year and couldn't get any more traction there. The other stock indexes futures did. And then boom, we had a huge sell-off, man. I mean, that was a big, big breakdown to the bottom. And so from a recovery point of view, I'm just going to throw a really loosely fitting fib measurement here, high to low, just using the wicks. We're right at that 61.8% retracement on the back up. We start getting closes above here, then I'm going to say, yeah, we're definitely have the momentum has shifted the other way.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yes. Huge. Yeah. And then what's that high? That high is like 25.
2477.
Yeah. How about that? Which a thought just occurred to me is the only markets in that huge, gigantic bear sweep that we had in March and April. The Russell was the only market to trade to. Oh, no. The NASDAQ did too. But the Russell traded down to the daily limits a couple of times. You remember when the NASDAQ did that one day? The NASDAQ went down and touched it and then bounced, but the S&P never made it to the limit. I don't know. It's a stupid observation, but the NASDAQ, it's not stupid. It's an observation that really has no bearing on today's trade, but the Russell did trade down to the limit a couple of times.
Yeah. And there's a lot of folks in the news media, I'll call them the news media, the talking heads, the analysts, the technical analysis people say, and this is going to, we're about to be a year of the mid cap and the small cap is coming. It's coming soon.
Oh, good. All right, great. I love trading the Russell. I haven't traded the Russell in a few years because it died. The Russell, the Russell will sit. The S&P and the NASDAQ will rally, a percent, and the Russell will sit. And then the Russell, it's like it's like a rollover trade. And then the Russell all of a sudden picks up steam and it becomes a great trade. If the Russell, if this is the year of the mid cap and the Russell, then that'll make it very, very good trading and give us more tools in our toolbox. I prepare to trade the Russell every day, even though I don't trade it. I haven't traded it for a couple of years, but I'm prepared to trade it every day. I'm prepared to trade 6 markets every day. Whatever moves, I'll trade. So if the Russell all of a sudden starts to pick up momentum, yeah, I'll be involved.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. It is, it's sometimes it's hard to keep track of too many markets at once. The great thing about the NinjaTrader desktop software, though, is if you have a multi-monitor setup, I know some people can't have one. I do have one, so I could keep track of different looks by doing this and doing that, and just kind of see, once I have the charts up and once I have the levels up, the way I'd like them, then I can kind of see a little bit more ground at once. So I could look at the Russell, I could look at the other stock index futures, I could look at crude, I could look at gold, I could look at, the Treasury bonds. These are the things I like to look at. And then if I see an opportunity in one or the other, then I can contemplate placing a trade.
Yeah, confluence.
The Capital Preservation Friday word of the day, confluence.
Confluence. I never heard that word before until a couple of years ago, and everybody, confluence. What do you mean confluence? Or what's your RR? I think I said this last week. Somebody asked me. I had to Google it. What RR? What is R? Oh, risk reward. Well, okay. I don't know.
But that's the other thing with the younger generation. They have these little acronyms, or I guess for things.
Yes.
I'm always asking someone, "What does this mean?"
I've never been. Me too. I've never been. I ask my kids all the time. Yeah, but I've never been one to use industry accepted sort of terminology. I've always needed to make things make sense to me. I don't want to speak in a way that makes things, it makes me sound smart. I'm not paid to think, and I'm not paid to sound smart. I'm paid to react to a plan. I'm a trader. I'm not an analyst, and I'm not a talking head. Nobody's putting me on CNN or CNB. No, thank God nobody's putting me on CNN. Nobody's putting me on CNBC. I'll be I'll be the guy. Like, do you remember that show when Mike Minervini was on? I really like Minervini. He's a great trader and he puts out really good content. But he was talking about the stock. Oh, what a missed opportunity that was. He was talking about some stock and why I'm long this and here's my target structure. And the guy said, well, what's that stock do? And he's like, hey, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. He should have just said, I don't know what it does. I don't care what it does. I'm a trader. I'm going to trade it. And this is why, that would have been a great answer. But, you don't sound smart. They're not going to bring you back. Who cares? Whatever.
You would be great on CNBC. We're NinjaTrader Live. This stream is going to be, it just gets better and better and better every day. We've only been doing this since February, and Anthony and Shab and company, the Mission Control folks, they put together a really really slick production. We're getting more and more content in every day, and we're already CNBC level or better. We don't talk about individual stocks really yet, but we have a bigger brain trust here than there anyway.
Well, this is. I think we said this in the beginning of the conversation. Anthony and everybody at Ninja put together, all of you guys put together a great team of people with great content. You want to get the macro view. Well, listen to a Brent or Joseph Wang or certainly Tracy every day. Get the technical picture with Pharma, with you. There is so much information and good. You want to learn about order flow? You got the order flow labs. You got Leo and all of his guys. It's good, actionable information. You want to learn about ICT stuff? You got Tanya. Good, actionable information. This is actionable. This is solid. This is real. And everybody on here has been vetted and are real traders. Everybody on CNN or CNBC is just spouting off, except for Santelli, spouting off, I don't know what the hell they're, when they have special guests like, Paul Tudor Jones or somebody like that. But for the most part, it's unwatchable.
Yeah, but I'll give my one asterisk is Rick Santelli. I've known Rick for decades. He's been great to my family, giving my brother advice on the floor. My wife used to work for him back at Rand Corporation back in 1992 or 93. We had an office before I came over to Ninja. We had an office on the same floor at the CBOT as Rick's office. So I saw him in the hallway, in the elevator every day, and he's just such off camera. He wants to be a helpful human being. So I have respect for Rick.
I have nothing but respect for him. He'd come over and he asked me. He would get my sentiment, my thoughts on the NASDAQ when I was in the NASDAQ. And, when he gave that famous rant, that started the Tea Party, I was one of the very first people to talk to him. We went and had a smoke. We went and I hate even admitting that publicly, but we went and smoked and we took the escalator down, I think it's 3 flights at the Board of Trade until we got outside. He looked at his BlackBerry and said, I just pissed off somebody. I got 630 emails in the time it took us to get downstairs. He's an amazing guy. You're right. And anyway, there's a lot of great information on NinjaTrader Live. This isn't a bunch of, influencers pushing, selling dreams. This is a bunch of real traders that are talking, like we were talking about earlier, that are talking about the real struggles of trading, and also solid, actionable information, and really, 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 really solid guests, super solid guests. This is the only thing I listen to anymore.
I love it, man. I love it. I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm not ready to retire yet. This is too good.
Me too.
Oh man. Anyway, let's kind of do let's see. Someone asks in the chat about more downside levels than the Russell. We've got a couple up there. We got the 2168 and the 2142.
How far do you want me to go? I'll go down to 0.
Let's go one more lower than the 42s.
All right, underneath 2142, it's 2128 to this will be a huge level, 2126 to 2130. So 28 to 30. Underneath 26, you got to be short. That changes the complexity of the market.
Got it. There you go. 21.28 on my oh, here's the mistake I always make. I have this tab at the bottom that says packs, and then but I put my lines on my daily. But that's okay though. I'll just switch them around. We're in good shape. I'll just have to change the labels.
Yes,
No wonder I keep messing this up.
I see that.
Oh my gosh. All right, just glancing across the board here. Let's just go back and take a look at some of the markets, see if there's any movements here. We remember everybody, today we have a really interesting lineup. We have Sara Strat Sniper coming up next to trade live. Then we have real special guests. I mean, this is Catherine, and I think I'm saying the name right, Yoshimoto, Director of Product Management at FTSE Russell, and she's going to walk us through this whole Russell Reconstruction thing. It happens once a year. This is the Friday it happens. Next year, though, it's a little different. They're going to do it twice a year, and she'll walk us through that as well. So that's going to be, I can't wait for that interview.
Oh, I didn't know that. Russell Reconstitution has always been an interesting time of the year and always made it also very pivotal, right? So, a thousand thoughts just came rushing to me.
Yeah.
So anyway, the idea is that it's especially for those of you that are looking to trade it, it's very pivotal. And it's very important, especially as we head into the third quarter and you have these prices. You know what levels you're going to be long above and short below, and if there's new fresh momentum, then trade it up.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look. Let's just go through. Okay, Russell intraday right now. We sold off right now after the number below that session VWAP here. The volume profile is looking real similar to the last one we saw. And so we're kind of now all of a sudden I got to wonder, our sellers are in charge right now, or are they not? You have that 0 DTE call wall and resistance right below that 21.90. But like I said, I think this volume profile needs to mature a little bit. Let's go over to the E-mini S&P and see if that's starting to fill out a little bit underneath the point of control.
Right
That's
there.
not unusual.
No, we're right at the point of control. We're right at that VWAP, the anchored VWAP point of control. PAX macro level confluence.
There we are. It's holding. It's holding right now, but we'll see. We'll see. We've had one, two, three lower highs, 5 lower lows on a 15-minute candle. So that's not in itself necessarily bullish, but we are holding so far.
Yeah. So far, let's see what they do when the algorithms are turned on in 32 minutes at the open in the regular trading hours. We'll know whether or not they're going to hold it or whether or not they'll take it out. If I've got a guess and I don't trade my guesses, I would think we're going to kind of churn this area all day long. I don't think we're going to do anything. So, look for, if you guys are short-term scalpers, look for short-term scalpable, little movements. I don't think the market is going to extend much higher, and I don't think it's going to extend much lower, but just trade in a range that's going to be based upon these prices, 6206, 6210, 09, this whole 4 or 5 point area. So just, look at the high and the low of the opening range, the first 30 seconds of RTH. Watch I'll post it in Twitter. Watch those prices. If let's say that the opening range is 6206 to 6210. I'll be long above it and I'll be short below it. And if we're in it, I'm not going to trade it. If we're in it within 30 minutes or 40 minutes or an hour, I'm going to go work out.
There you go.
Play golf.
Well, it's the weekends here, man, and so you deserve it. You worked hard all week. Any special plans, or just gonna hang out?
No, my wife is in Florida with our youngest daughter, so it's going to be me and my son and my middle daughter, and then hopefully my older son. I'm trying to get my older son to come in from Denver. My birthday is Wednesday. My son's birthday is Sunday, so we're going to Chris Stapleton concert tomorrow. That'll be fun.
Yeah, nice.
Gibson's Italia for dinner on Sunday, and I think back to Gibson's Italia or Tradita on Tuesday. I don't know, on Wednesday. I don't know where we're going to eat. Either back to Gibson's Italia or to Tradita.
Oh, so your plate is full this weekend.
Literally. Yeah, my plate will be full at Gibson's Italia and at Tradita. Yeah. I like eating. So within 5 minutes of this market being quiet today, me and a bunch of traders in my group will all of a sudden start talking about restaurants, where we ate, what we cooked, and all of that other stuff. Awesome. Just like we did on the floor.
That's awesome for sure. Yeah, no, it's funny working remote. It's hard to work remote when you can't really interact, in person with folks. So I'm thinking about doing a meet and greet down here in Charleston and then one in Charlotte. Uh,
Oh, let me know. I'll come down.
oh, awesome. All right. I will for sure. I'd love to have you down. It's so much fun, so much stuff to do here.
Yeah, it's actually, I would actually love to go down there. I'm not 58. I'm not that old yet, 20. Holy smokes, don't age me. I'm 56. I'll be 57 next week. Anyway, I'd love to go down there. It's part of it's south to someplace that we would consider moving when my youngest daughter goes to college. So we'll see.
We're going to make this happen, folks, and we'll keep you in tune with that. But then again, Pax, thanks again, man. I love Fridays. I love talking to you. I know Deli takes a day off, but I'm not going to ever take the day off if I get to talk to you on a Friday morning.
Thank you, Jimmy. I always look forward to talking to you too, and especially when Tracy comes in. It just makes it makes for an interesting conversation. I think a steady hand, the steady hand of experience, I think, is something that anchors all of us, and hopefully our show on Friday mornings will anchor the week of the next generation of traders that we get to be a part of. So we're blessed for that. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right, man. Great seeing you. It's about that time, everybody. We have Trade the Open right now with Sara Strat, Sniper. Let's do it. Good morning, Sara. How are you? Oh, having a hard time
here
here.
in Florida. Uh-oh.
No, I got you now. We're good.
Okay. I was like,
I love the smile, man. You popped on with that smile. You look refreshed and happy and ready to go.
yeah. Oh, well, thank you. I'm just excited to be here every Friday.
Is that a NinjaTrader hoodie you got on?
It is. I'm trying to get them to get more merch, and I think they are. I want like a hat. I want a t-shirt. They're getting it.
I don't even have that hoodie. I'm super jealous, man. Who do I got to call here?
I think you should talk to Shabby.
You know what though? My secret weapon is Sav, actually. I just mentioned it to Sav, and she's like, "On it." So she got me this. I don't have it with me right now. This Ember NinjaTrader coffee cup. Have you ever seen an Ember? You put it down on a little heat pad kind of thing, and it keeps your coffee warm forever.
Oh, yeah. I've seen those it's like a little hot plate.
Not sure what
I think
happened.
Jim's frozen. Oh, we're back.
Hello.
I can see you, Jim.
What happened?
Well.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I want to You back?
I think yeah, I don't know if that was me or I don't know what happened there. We went black for a second.
Oh, it's okay. We're back now. I saw you the whole time.
Huh. Okay. I was like, where'd she go? Sometimes it's hard enough just talking to a screen as it is, but when there's no one on the other side, it's a little rough.
I know. It's hard to just talk for 2 hours. I know.
Oh man. Any event. So what are you seeing in the markets today? I mean, it's kind of interesting. Some of the markets we've had, the equities maybe are slowing down a little bit. And, we had that PCE number come out that Tracy mentioned. A huge turnaround in some of the metals markets today. I mean, pretty big percent movers on the downside there. Anything strike you as just kind of from a general macro level that's interesting?
I mean, yeah, since the end of April and the start of May, we've been calling for new all-time highs, and they're working towards it. We also said preferably by the end of June because the strat works on price and time. So that's how, we were able to say the end of June. Qs has been strongest the whole way ever since May. They were the first one to break the hammer months, and they're just steady climbing to new all-time highs. We just hit a target up here, which is hilarious because that was also when the news came out. So they hit this target here. Gosh, what is it? 22, we'll call it 781. And then some news came out, like whatever, I guess it was PCE.
Yeah.
But it's just hilarious that, they hit the target and then that's where they take profit.
Yeah.
Which is a great place to take profit, but we're still aiming for new all-time highs, which is not far away. And yeah, so just been kind of Monday and Tuesday were really fun. The gap down buy on Monday was nice. The continuation on Tuesday was nice. Wednesday, Thursday, it was pretty slow, very small candles, very small ranges, but still going in the direction of new all-time highs. So we love to see it. I know PAX also was on the same boat of new all-time highs. So it's kind of cool when, you have other traders with the same bias and opinion. It's just a neat thing. So yeah,
I
so
know.
I don't know what we're going to get today.
Yeah, the equities have been resilient. We've got it's nothing but bad news hitting the news cycle, and we still rally. Really, the measurement now is this really bad news or just regular bad news? So we get a rally.
Yeah, it was funny. We were making jokes. I mean, it's not really funny, but we were making jokes on Monday, like what bombs, like what? Because they just bought it as soon as the market opened. They just rallied. So
yeah, that makes sense. So your bias today is probably still bullish, right?
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. Well, we have volume wise, we're still really light. We've been light volume the last 2 days in the equities. Today it's a little better than yesterday and a little better than the day before at this point in time. But we're not going to break any volume records today.
No, I don't really expect a lot for today. I know Pax was saying kind of the same thing. We'll see what we get, but what Stratters are looking for is longs to get stopped out and then reversals back up. So we'll see if we get that. If we don't, we don't, but we're going to just kind of see what the market gives us. Sometimes it gives us good things. Sometimes it gives us nothing. So we're just going to have to see.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Shai is going to break back in at 10 o'clock. I think we have consumer sentiment coming out at 10 o'clock. So she'll break in then and give us a skinny on what's expected and what we actually get. And I think a couple of Fed, is this the Michigan one, I think, on Friday? I think a couple of Fed people actually referenced this data point today, which kind of surprised me. So maybe it'll be a bigger deal than I think.
This is the 10 p.m. news you're talking about?
Yeah, 10 a.m. Yeah.
Or that's what I mean.
Yeah. In any event, Shai's going to break it down for us at 10 o'clock. So we'll get, like I said, we'll get the skinny on that and see how it goes.
Yep.
So in any event, well, thanks for being here. Always great talking to you. We are looking forward to see the strat in action and good trading. Best of luck today. I'll be in the chat and let's do this.
All right. Thanks, Jim. I am trying to open something on my computer and it won't open. Huh. It is raining here in Florida. I don't know. Oh, there we go. I was like, I'm not sure if that's affecting my... 1 second. Yeah, we had PCE at 8:30. Yeah, and then at 10, consumer sentiment, which, again, it's not like a huge deal to us, but okay. So on my streams on Fridays, I kind of talk about the strat just for a couple of minutes for anybody that's new. Good morning from Florida. So the strat is a strategy created by Rob Smith based on 3 universal truths. The first universal truth is there is only 3 types of candles that can form or that exist. One is an inside bar. So like this yellow candle here fits completely, the high and low fits completely within the previous candle's high and low. Okay, so that's a 1. We call 1s an inside bar. 3s are outside bars. They are the opposite. They take out the high and the low of the previous candle. And then 2s are directional, but there are 2 kinds of 2s. You have a 2 up, which breaks the previous candle's high. So that's a 2 up. And then you have a 2 down, which breaks the previous candle's low. So knowing what we know about the only 3 candle types that exist, there is only a finite amount of ways that price can reverse or continue. So this kind of allows us to take good entries, and it allows us to trail, because if the price is making higher lows, we know that it's still going up. So we can stay in until we get a reversal against us. Okay. The second universal truth is full time frame continuity, which means you have at least four time frames in alignment that are the same color. So it's really simple, but the same color. So the standard time frames is the month, the week, the day, and the 60. So if you have all those that are the same color, you want to be, if they're all green, you want to be a buyer, right? Because you're trading in the direction of the trend. When the candles are red, like on the 60-minute, that's corrective activity. You don't want to be shorting that necessarily. You want to be waiting for reversals back up. And then the third universal truth is broadening formations, which we love. I'm going to show you an example that happened this week on ES and NQ. But basically, trend traders hate them because they're following the trend. So they have stops at known pivots. But we like to trade broadening formations. So you have a high, a low, a new high, a new low. Then we'll look for reversals, like down at the bottom of the broadening formation, to go back up to the top of the broadening formation. And a little fun fact is threes on any time frame. So say this is a daily time frame. This 3 is a broadening formation on a lower time frame because it took out the highs, failed, and then took out the lows. So by default, this is a broadening formation. So let's just kind of check and see what happened this week. So Sunday night there was, I guess it was Sunday night, there was news that we bombed Iran. They gapped it. So we closed here Friday, bottom of the red candle, opened here, I guess Monday in the middle of the night. So they gapped down. This is part of time frame continuity. On a gap, we're looking to see if the candle is green or red. So on a gap down, we're usually looking to buy. On gap ups, we're usually looking to sell. So they gapped down, bought it up. And on Monday, we were calling for an outside day, all day because of the gap down buy. And then what happens is that kind of cascades. So the outside day will turn into an outside week. And if you go to the week and mark out your low and your high of last week's range, this is something we talk about all the time, is reclaiming a previous range. So failure to stay below last week's lows and going green means what? It means we're trying to go to the other side of the range. And so this big bar is a broadening formation. And also, if you go to the month, we've been calling for all-time highs since the end of April. because we had a bunch of monthly hammers. April closed out as a monthly hammer. And then we got simultaneous hammers to the upside, and we've been calling for all-time highs. So we're only long bias right now. NQ did hit. Here, let me go back to the month to show you what that is. This level here, so February's high, which is 22,780.75. So I have that line there, right? Look where the profit taking started happening, right there. That's a target. That's where you want to do something. So we have targets for a reason, and you know, you want to take action when your target is hit. Otherwise, you risk this, which has been quite a drop. 78 points since hitting that target. We still, though, have an all-time high target, which is right up there at 22,871 and a quarter. So we will look to see if we get 60-minute reversals back up, because this is a 3, 2. We get, this new candle has 43 minutes left, so we shall see. Ugh. Hi, Solanke. Hi, Frankie. Hi, Shab. Hi, Elaine. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so we did just stop out some longs for sure. We've taken out this pivot low there, this pivot low there. So we'll see if we get some reversals back up. Poppy? Is Poppy here? Oh, that's you. Hi, Poppy. That's our moderator's dad. We have 2 generations in the Discord. Cool. Happy you're here. Elaine, is Alex streaming today? I guess I could look at my phone. I don't think so. Oh, good. What else can we talk about? Let's go look at other stuff. Day. Crude puked this week. It didn't, I guess, like the Iran news. This is a fun, remember how we were talking about ranges? So this weekly candle failed the highs, started coming back through, took out the lows. Look at that, like perfectly. The strat is so fun once you like see it. It's like a magic eye. So not looking good for oil right now. Gold took out this pivot high and is coming back in. This is a 3, 2 up, 2 down reversal, which is on the combo sheet. It's this one, a 3, 2 up. You could call this a failed 2 up because it didn't do anything and it closed below the high of the 3. So 3, 2 up, 2 down. That's exactly what is happening here. And it already hit T1. It looks like it hit T2 also. Not yet. About to. 71.2. It's about to hit that target. And you got we call this a pivot machine gun, where it's consecutive higher lows. Well, this is pivot machine gun-ish. But failing, so if you view this as your range, your swing high, swing low, pull it over, fail to stay above that range, they're trying to go down here for your broadening formation. Strat's really cool. You guys got to learn it. Silver running out a week, but failure to stay below last week's lows would be looking to come up here. So silver's stronger for sure. Bitcoin. Take out the lows, gap down buy. Where are they trying to go? They're trying to go last week's highs. And if they don't do it, we only have 1 day left in the week, right? So price and time. So if they don't do it this week, next week, you're going to have an actionable signal. It would be a 2 down, 2 up reversal, which they would target the highs. So your broadening formation would look like that, like they're trying to go make new highs after failing the lows. Hi, Austin. Coin has just been going crazy. So the Qs already hit their new all-time high. It's the only one that has so far. NQ has not, but it will. ES has not, but it will. Also, today is, let's see, June 27th. So the last day of the month and quarter is on Monday, which is June 3rd. And so that's going to be important to us. And that's also why we preferred that NQ and ES hit their new all-time highs by the end of June, because once we get a new monthly candle and quarterly candle, continuity can change, right? So, you know, May and June have been green, very green, bullish monthly candles. But when June opens, it has, or sorry, I said that wrong. Hold on. Yeah, no, May and June have been very green monthly candles. When July opens, it can change continuity and turn red. So that's kind of why we wanted them to hit new all-time highs before the end of June. And it doesn't necessarily mean that July is going to be red. It just means that it could be. And that's part of the time frame continuity principle, which is the second universal truth in the strat. So again, that's one of the reasons why. The other reason why is price and time, because outside bars only has, you know, the quarter to go outside, which it did do, actually. NQ did hit its outside quarter target. It just did not hit the new all-time high target. ES has not yet hit the outside quarter target, but I'm sure it will. GC hit its target. The second target there of 32.69.10. We'll see if they keep puking it. And we just look left for targets and just mark them. It's really simple stuff once you learn it. No, they are not already at all-time highs. Close, but no. I use the current quarterly contracts. Even if you go to like the continuous contracts, I don't think they've hit all-time highs either. Oh, the continuous contracts have. It's kind of what makes futures confusing a little bit, because the futures did too, or the continuous contracts did, but these have not, and that's where they're trying to go. So that's why Qs can continue for a bit. And then though, once you hit a new all-time high, then we don't know. Then the target's been met. Then we have to see if they keep buying or if they start taking profit. It's always a good idea, in my opinion, to take profit at a new all-time high, whether you're a Bitcoin trader. I've had this conversation with my brother so many times, and he doesn't listen to me. And he could have been a millionaire by now, but he doesn't listen to me, so... Like, we've watched it go from like 40 to 7 to 60 to like 8 to 100 to like, I'm like, Vinny, what are you doing? So it annoyed me so much, I stopped talking to him about the market. I was like, you don't listen anyway, so what's the point? Oh, you guys, okay, while we have a few minutes, let's talk about Tesla, because Tesla was amazing this week. I know. Just because we have just a little free time. No, we want the week. I think it was Monday. Week, day, yeah. Yeah. So on Tesla this week, we had so you had a 2 down, you had an inside week, and then you had a second inside week. So on Monday, we were long on Tesla, targeting the high of the 2, so 350, 540. And on Monday, it just went and ran straight up there, right? That's where we take profit. That's a pivot high. That's a target, right? So once you hit a target, that means you need to start considering clicking buttons. Then on Tuesday, we were an inside day. Then on Wednesday, we went inside and down, which is a 2-1-2 reversal, which is right here. 2, 1, short the low of the 1, targeting the low of the mother bar. 2, 1, 2. Hit the target, which was there. So long Monday to there, short Wednesday from here to here. Now you've got another inside day, and they're trying to go outside week. And how do I know that? Because look, again, the range, we're failing to stay above the range, so we're looking to take out the lows. I'm going to put an alert on that. I'm not going to trade Tesla today, but I want to know if we go inside and down. I can tell my people. And then outside week target. So like 323 to like 315. Market opens here in like 30 seconds. A 3 is a broadening formation on a lower time frame. If you want our information, it's in the description. You can go to my Twitter. There's the bell. You can go to my Twitter and get my Discord link. ES and NQ both just tap midnight. Tesla inside day and down. That was a late alert. Elaine or Frankie, will you tell them Tesla inside day and down? For outside weak magnitude? In the Discord. So they tap midnight, big aggressive outside 5-minute candles. After stopping out anybody who was long, they're out here because they made it a new low. Same here. Stopped out anybody who was long because we made a new low there. That's looks really ugly, but you get the point. You're not on Twitter? Cool. I mean, it's free if you want it to be. We've got some differences going on. We got NQ, big red 5-minute candle, RTY, big red 5-minute candle, YM, big green 5-minute candle, or this is the 15, my bad. ES, a green 15-minute candle. Not very simultaneous. Just go to my Twitter. It's at Trade Sniper Sarah, and the link is in my bio, I think, or it's on my what do you call that? What the heck do you call that? Wow, I'm drawing a big blank right now. It's like where all your links are. What is that called? I can't think of it. It's early. I've been up since 5:30. Forgive me. Linktree. Linktree. I forgot what it was called. What I would love would be some daily corrective activity, which isn't coming anytime soon. Let's see. NQ is only 0.7% away from its all-time high target. Yeah, Linktree. Yeah. Thank you guys. Everybody's trying to help me. They're like, go to her Twitter, Linktree, pin post, landing page. I mean, we want to be bullish. All the time frames are green, right? We got the year is green, 6-month is green, quarter is green, month is green, 2-week green, week green, 2-day green. Everything's green, right? So we want to be long, but we've got to wait for an entry. If you're not already long. And in May, I was long spying Qs in my IRAs. Already beat the market, which wasn't hard to do this year because it wasn't up that much from where we opened. Yeah, the market's only up from the open like 2.4%. On ES, let's see. 5% on Qs. So it wasn't very hard to beat the market this year. Then I did something really stupid and accidentally closed my entire position. Didn't mean to. I don't know what a 6E move up means. Let's see if we get some 30-minute hammers. Back up after stopping out. Tesla did hit the daily target 1. So again, this is on the Strat combo sheet. It says the 12-hour chart, but it is the daily chart. So on a 2 inside bar consolidation, 2, 1, 2 down. It's right here on the sheet, you guys. I mean, it really can't be simpler. Teach your children. Short below the inside day, target there. I mean, does that look familiar? 2, 1. It doesn't have to be green. It is, I mean, inside bars can break either way, right? So inside and down, inside, down. Boop, boop. That's your day. If you want it to be. I'm just marking other targets for ES. Just look left and draw lines. It's pretty simple. Damn. Oh, they're just going to get up there before I can even get in. 3-2 continuation up. They're trying to, it looks like, make new high of day, which is what you would expect after stopping out the longs. That's what we talked about. Stop them out, reverse. Stop them out. Everybody has their stops here because that's where they're taught to put their stops, right? They're following the trend, so that's where their stops are. Stop them out, reverse. So your broadening formation looks like high, low, new high, new low, new high. This is how we trade. Same here. High, low, new low. Now let's go make a new high, right? Problem is they're just kind of going. I don't just want to jump in. I already went outside 15ers on both after hitting midnight. Like, pretty awesome long entry if you're a ICT trader. The Strat doesn't use stuff like this, but I find I don't use much ICT either, but I like to have midnight on my lines, on my charts, I mean, because you can see what happens. There's usually some sort of reaction there. So I do find it helpful. And we got a reaction. They bought off midnight to go back to high of day. And I kind of feel like this has taken off without me. And I'm not one to chase. I'm kind of, how do I want to say this? One of my toxic toxic traits is I'm a perfectionist, so I want the perfect entry. And I don't have it. So I'm not gonna chase. I'm just gonna wait and see what happens. If it gets to a higher day without me, it does. That's fine. I'll know my analysis was right, and I can be happy about that. Yes, there is news in 20 minutes, which is a long time away from now. Oh, I don't look at Forex at all. Yes, I'm not saying my perfectionism is a good thing. I said it was toxic, actually. I'm aware. However, though, the strat kind of gives you perfect entries, so it's kind of perfect. Oh, thanks, NinjaTrader. They posted my link tree for me. That was either Shab or Sav. Thank you. $6E. Let me see if I can find the euro. And is it like Euro USD? Again, I never look at Forex. Like, is this the right one? CMC Markets? I think I tried to trade Forex a long, long time ago, like when I first started with crypto, and it confused the shit out of me. I'm just going to click the top one. I don't know. I mean, oh, nice. So, took out the lows. These lows, that's where people's stops were, right? Took them down. Failure to stay below the lows. Rev Strat year, which is an inside 2 down, 2 up, which is on the combo sheet. Trigger year. Okay. Then you got, hold on, I need my other hand. A pivot machine gun. So you have target 1, target 2, target 3, target 4. Because again, if you view things as a range, swing low, swing high, pull it over, right? So that's your range, right? So failure to stay below the lows means they're trying to go to the highs. So, nice looking chart. After making new all-time lows, it looks like. And the perfect entry. So here's where my perfectionism. Okay, I got to get rid of this gray box. I hate it. Hold on. This is where the perfect entry is. And this is just how the strat works. So this is an inside month after taking out fresh lows. So you would go long here, targeting here, here, here. Then you could even add, because you had another inside month, and up. So these are the two, we call them actionable signals. So again, it's on the sheet. Inside, up. That's what this is. Inside, after taking out fresh lows, so stopping everybody out since 2022. So anybody who'd been long got stopped out, and then reversal. So they took out the lows, failed to stay below, inside bar reversal up, taking out the highs. Double top, which where we come from, we say double tops are made to be broken. So there was 2 entries. So, I mean, you are kind of late for sure. And you don't really want to enter on daily continuation. The first entry was down here, and you can see it just... Second entry up here, kind of dilly-dallied a while, but did end up working. So that's the strat. Everything's on the sheet. All right, I've been talking too much. And they're probably just going to get to new high of day without me. Which, whatever. 60-minute hammers, green 2 down, so they're trying to go outside bars, which again is new high of day. That's exactly how we knew that they were going to hit new all-time highs. Like if you pretend this is a monthly chart, it's the same thing. Or sorry, quarterly. Failure to stay below the lows. They're trying to go up there. You can find the combo sheet in my pinned post on Twitter. So if you go to my page, you just click like in the empty space and then you'll find it here. So Tesla, right, hits a downside magnitude and reversed. So if you were short, that's where you want to cover, and then you can look to play the other way. So now Tesla's looking to potentially go outside day. After the short worked, got to take profit and then possibly reversing for outside day, which is just a fun chart. We got news in 13 minutes. NQ, see, I was talking too much, teaching too much. NQ had a nice inside fiver and up. That's just a momentum hammer. Not really actionable, but guys, just get Twitter. It's free. I mean, just go to Twitter, like twitter.com, and type my name in. I don't even think you need an account. Or maybe it's X. I guess X.com. I don't know. That sounds like never mind. It sounds like a porn site. Yeah. Just one X, not 3. Phew. I don't think I'll ever call it X. I'll probably always call it Twitter. Do. I think I need new glasses, guys. I have to lean in so much to see these numbers. That's a later problem. Thank you. That was Rocco. He died in 2023 and it broke my heart. He was a good boy. And then I moved to Florida. The news at 10 a.m. is consumer sentiment, I believe. It's not like red folder or anything. It's Shmedium news. We actually do get our news, our economic calendar from Forex Factory. Yeah, me too. Yeah, so we get our news, not our news, but our economic calendar from Forex Factory. And we get our earnings from Earnings Whispers, and I love them. I think they're great people. I thank them every week. Yeah, so here's like what we post this in the Discord. So at 10 a.m. Friday, consumer sentiment. Usually we just care about the red folder stuff. So like this morning, PCE, yesterday, unemployment, Wednesday, old white guy talked, Tuesday, old white guy talked, Monday, PMI. So we just, we don't really care what the news is. We just need to know when it's happening because then you can expect volatility. Yeah. So news in 9 minutes. I'm not looking to do anything right now. Where did I move from? I moved from St. Louis. Quite the upgrade. Oh, God. I'm going to St. Louis tomorrow. That was unprovoked. Yep. Going back home tomorrow. Just for 48 hours. Who was Jackson? What are you talking about, Frankie? What made me go to Florida? My mom and my brother have lived here for 20 years. They moved here when I was 18. I guess 22 years. And yeah, I needed a change and I miss them, and so I came here. I'd only spent like one Christmas with my family, my mom and my brother, in 20 years. It's kind of insane. But I had my whole own kid, so I was doing my own little Christmas thing. Yep, still waiting on news. They're still buying it up. You can see NQ went outside 5-minute bar. They tried to reverse it, didn't work. No, my dog's name was Rocco. Looks like ES is quite stronger. Still trying to make a new high of day. Trying to go outside 60. Only got 5 minutes left in this candle. So when that happens, it just means we ran out of time in this one candle, and then the next candle should continue it. But again, the target would still be a new high of day. However, news in 5 minutes. But look at little YM over there, just little tall and proud. It's the only one at high of day. This guy. Outside. Look at that. Failed 2 down. Outside, and then boom. ES, I mean, it's going to get to high of day before probably the news comes out in 5 minutes. 3-minute 212 up. Let's look. This one? That's the only one I see. ES getting real close to a new high of day. If you're in it, good job. I am not. No, 62.21. Almost there. It's great to call the market and all, but you don't get an entry. I'm okay with it. So ES just hit a new high of day. Target hit. Good, D. Yep, target hit. Because what did we say? We were trying to go outside 60, right? Fail to stay below here. Where are we going? The other side. It's pretty basic, easy stuff. The perfectionist in me, though, didn't let me get in, so that's fine. That's my battle. I could have just jumped in, but I mean, that's not how I roll. Once it's reached, probably not. Honestly, the entry was down here when it took out midnight and then started reclaiming to go outside bar. So the entry would have been somewhere right around here. Or time frame continuity flip there. Or 3-2 continuation, momentum hammer. Like I just missed it all. But I told you where it was going. It did get there. You know? So YM strongest, ES second, NQ third, RTY weakest. News in 2 minutes. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sweating it. Ha! Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat. I love St. Louis. I'm from...
Hey there.
Hi, Tracy. Tracy is also from St. Louis.
Yes. You got the whole St. Louis thing going on, you know. So we're going to have data in about 45 seconds. It's University of Michigan consumer sentiment expected at 60.5. 1-year inflation expectation is 5.2% expected, and the 5 to 10-year inflation expectation is 4.1% expected. So we will find out in just a few seconds here.
Looks like about 10.
Yep. So, all right. So, University of Michigan sentiment came in a tad higher than expected at 60.7. 1-year inflation expectations came in lower at 5.0%. Expected was 5.2%. And 5 to 10-year inflation expectations at 4.0%. And expected was 4.1%. So overall, this looks pretty good. Inflation expectations lower than prior and lower than expected. So that would be the data for today.
Thank you, Tracy. Where do you read that stuff?
So, Bloomberg.
Ah, fancy pants.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. NQ hits new high of day. Shocker. Well, do we hit a new all-time high today on NQ? That's really what we're going for. And everything we wanted to happen happened, and I just botched my entry. Or non-entry. But remember I told you about the broadening formation? That's exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a high, low, new low, reversal. It just happened pretty aggressively, which kind of sucks, but so now what we want to see is we want to see them stay above the highs of the broadening formation. You could, and then we want to see them expand the broadening formation, because the thing about broadening formations, right? They do not do this forever. If they did, oh my gosh, how easy would trading be? What happens is they tend to expand. I need more drawing space. Yeah. Broadening formations will expand in the direction of time frame continuity. That's what you want to see. And then a lot of times the top of the broadening formation will act as support, and then they'll go up like this, right? So this, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on camera. This kind of pisses everybody off, because trend traders, I feel like that's a pretty G word. Trend traders will have their stops there, and then they're like, oh, the market stopped me out, and then it went. So this is what, makes trading hard for the technical analysis, by the book retail traders. And this is where, we look to trade against the losing traders, because again, we know where their stops are, and we know if they haven't taken profit, they have to get out, and then we can go. And it's like the Strat and ICT, all the concepts are very similar. We just kind of refer to it as broadening formations, and ICT people refer to it as liquidity, which it's the same thing. It's just different terms for the same thing, right? So ICT would call this a liquidity sweep or whatever. I did study ICT. I watched all 40 videos. But this is just how price action works. So I have a lot of respect for ICT. I just don't really trade his concepts. I trade Rob's. They're much simpler and easier to teach. I think we're going to hit a new all-time high today on the NQ. If we keep expanding. So again, this pink line here kind of becomes your line in the sand. You want to stay above that to stay long for the broadening formation expansion. You want it, to look like that. You don't want it to reverse and fall back down, because then it's back into the broadening formation. So if you're long, you would have to get out. I don't do closing level predictions. For what? Nice, Frankie. Well, good. I'm glad you guys in the chat are making money. I'm here to teach the strat, explain it. Nice. Good job. I hope everybody's stop is at break even. If you're up 10 points, 15 points, make that break even. Worst thing you can do is go from a green trade to a red trade. It's not good for your mental or your P&L. Don't do it. All right, Frankie, nice. Enjoy your breakfast cafe. I know you go there every day. Say hello to the doggies. See, Tesla trying to go outside day. So the target would be after taking out the lows and reversing. This was pretty sweet. Just a little fun fact. Took out the lows, reverse, trying to go outside day. 2 down, 2 up, 30-minute reversal. So Tesla should technically go outside day. Now, it has all day to do that, but that's what it's trying to do. Just like we watched this 60 do, right? So it started down, started reclaiming the range, right? Trying to go outside 60. It's the same exact thing. It's just instead of the hourly time frame, it's the daily time frame. So went down, started reclaiming this candle. It's trying to go to the other side of the candle. Like the strat, people are always like, just, you guys only post when it works. It's like, that's not how it works, because even if we were in a losing position, we shorted and we didn't hit target, we're getting out here and then we're flipping because we know what's happening. It's trying to go outside day. So it's like, you can see what's happening. There's no guessing. That was a big 5-minute candle back there. I did mention the long would have been down here after taking out midnight and stopping everybody out. Could have entered on a continuity flip, on a reclaim of that. I said new high a day was coming. It came. Now we don't know. Now I'd like to see some corrective activity like on the 5-minute or something, because we haven't had a lower low since the lows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles with a higher low. Ooh, puppies. I love puppies. RTY working on new high of day. YM's already well above high of day. Yeah, they're just running this to the all-time highs. Which, again, we've said since like April 28th. I know I said it in my new monthly video. Alex said it in his monthly video. It's just the strat. Let's look at the 1 minute. We're only 60 points away from a new all-time high on NQ. I think we get there today. We said by the end of June. Technically, we still have Monday left, but it looks like They're aggressive. Ooh. Little smackdown candle. Stopped them out. Anybody who had their stop there just got stopped out. Call that a little TTO. Corrective activity. That's where people's stops would have been. Because you had a higher low, new high. That just stopped a bunch of tight stop people out. And then trying to continue. Yeah, that bar probably kicked out a lot of people. You know why? Because your stop was there. Which is fine if you're protecting your position, but that's where stops are. Now you got a 3-1-2 up. And oh, 3-2 down, 2 up. My bad. We'll see what happens. Okay, we hit a new high of day, so I'm moving my stop up because I'm not crazy. What I don't want is I don't want it to reverse. It's the thing, like the strat, we do tight stops and we try to put ourselves in winning positions right away with like no loss. That's how you stay in the game long enough to learn and make mistakes. See, like ES is about to reverse off high of day, which is what I don't want NQ to do. So if I have to do that, I'm going to actually move my stop a little lower because that would be the reversal. Golly, I can't see. 806. I'm probably going to get, that's what happens with the 1 minute. Moving it up because I don't want it to go inside and down. If it goes inside and down, we're likely going to come down here, and I don't want to be long in that. Super tight stops with the strat. See, ES has high, low, new high, falling back in, probably going to make a new low for a little 1 minute broadening formation, which is fine because if it does, I'll look to get back in if we take out this low. All right, so I just got stopped out break even, or maybe slightly less, But ES is trying to come stop these guys out. Which again, we're long, so we don't, that's why I got out. What time frame am I on? I'm on the 1 minute, which it says it at the top of the screen. At this point, I want them to take out these lows and then reverse. Okay, so ES, like I said, took out the lows, took out these guys and these guys. Let's look at the higher time frames. We're inside 15-minute, 5-minute reversal. Come on, NQ, take him out. Oh, look at this, RTYs. RTY made a new high of day, and then profit taking where it's supposed to happen. Look at that. New high of day, inside reverse. So you want a partial there. If you're like leaving a runner, you can trail on the 5-minute, but that would have lost you quite a bit if you didn't take profit where you're supposed to, which is what I say a lot, but people on the strat know a new high of day is a target. I'm curious to see if we go inside and up. I will attempt. I wish this one had made a new low. Come on. Maybe it did on the futures. This is the micros. It did make a new low on the futures. Got 20 seconds till a 1-minute flip. It did not make a new low on the micros. Three, two, we're gonna try. Well, so far not going great. Come on, get up. My eyes. I need to make the font bigger, I think. Come on, new 5-minute flip, go green. There you go. So what we want is them to trigger the 5-minute 2 up, 2 down. So I'm looking at the 5-minute on the other. All right, so we stopped out the 1-minute people. And we want them to come up and trigger that to get to a new high of day. So we want them to get above 22,811 for the 5-minute trigger. I just really want to hit a new all-time high today. That would be... Hi, Maria. Apple's crap. I hate Apple. I don't know why. I hate trading Apple. All right. We triggered the 5-minute. I'm going to move my stop up a bit. Because again, we don't take losses in the strat. If we can help it. You know what I mean? Yeah, crapple. We got 2.25 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. Get up, stay up. Come on, don't slow down now. Shit. Come on, get up. Let's see. RTY is puking. YM's just kind of sitting. Dude, this is going to be annoying. Jesus. Five-minute failed. I stopped out for $1. But see, you don't want them to fail. That's why mover stops. So I'm going to pull this back over. What we wanted was this 5-minute, 2 down, 2 up to make a new high, not to fall back in. We are still inside 15 minutes, so that's probably why. But again, our job, protect your money. This 5-minute failed also, trying to go outside fiver. That is not what you want to see in a bullish environment. Fridays are tricky. 322 down on the 30. I mean, if the 15 triggers, maybe. I still don't want to short anything though. I know we're at like a new high of day up here, but we already took out the longs, so I kind of would expect, I don't know. Are they just going to make it difficult? But see why I stopped out? This is good. This is a good thing, right? We don't hold on and hope and pray. We are smart about our stops, because look at that. That was the 5-minute trigger, and then you had a 3-2 reversal. Nope, I'm getting out. That's not what I want to see. And this is just kind of barcodey. I do not trade prop firms. I trade Ninja. It's my own money. I don't like rules, and the prop firms have too many rules. I want to do what I want to do, so I do not trade. A lot of people do. We have a whole chat in the Discord called Funded Chat, and it's all prop firm traders. It's on the free side. But yeah, I don't do it. Well, I am trying to go outside fiber. Do I attempt a long again after stopping those people out? I don't know. The 15 looks pretty not great. Looks like we're going to go inside 15 and down. How long have I been trading? 2017. But that was when I first started. And that was with crypto. I mean, we could try the inside 15 and down. If it stays in inside 15, we got 2 minutes. I'm just glad I exited the long at a great spot. I just don't see a reason why we'd go down, but because we already took stops, so I don't like the downside. No, I know you've got a domino. Well, the 15-minute is the 30-minute trigger, actually. Well, in a minute it's going to change. So this will be the 15-minute. That will be the 30. I mean, we can try. We'll see. I still... We got a new 15-minute candle opening in like 15 seconds. All right. Looks like they're failing the upside. We're going to try a short. We'll see what happens. Didn't really want to, but we got a broadening formation here, so I just hit T1. That was the 30-minute trigger. So the 15-minute triggered the 30-minute. But NQ is the only one that did that. So we need ES to also do it. Or I'm going to get stopped out. This is not looking good for me. Not terrible either, but don't love it. See, ES did not trigger the 2 up, 2 down. I am not the GOAT. Not at all. Come on, I need ES as help. Otherwise, NQ is not going to do anything. So ES is currently a double inside 15-minute bar. Come on, buddy. Ugh. Please don't stay inside for 9 more minutes. That would be so boring. We got RTY going 2 down, 2 up on the 15. YM's also double inside 15. NQ is the only one that broke the inside 15 down. I need ES to break down, and it's getting close. Oh, here, I'll show you the 15. So we need ES to break below that inside 15er. At 62.20. don't stay in inside 15. Move your butt, ES. Let's go. And we got, I'm better than Spotify. I'd probably rather listen to Spotify. You guys listen to the new Morgan Wallen album? Or the new Lil Wayne album? I was not a fan of the new Lil Wayne album personally. There's like a couple songs that were good. I don't know. Yeah, there's good country music now, Elaine. They're mixing it up. You got like rap country, you got like metal country, rock country. I like it. A lot of collab. Oh, I'm gonna get stopped out. Damn it. I did get stopped out. Something just happened. I don't know what. There was some 1 minute spike. Yay, futures. Okay. Well, the Browning formation can't if ES doesn't take the lows, which it did not do. That's why my position got just stuck, because ES didn't do it. And now they're trying to go outside 15. So again, the bulls are strong. Trying to go to a new all-time high. That's why I wasn't really a fan of shorting it, but the Browning formation was there. I tried, I failed. Happens. Small losses, though. $25. So my stop was in the right place, but I did not get to reverse it. This is not the most fun price action. Jim Bob. Elaine, Jim Bob. It's Hardy. Mm-hmm. It's probably the last trade I'll attempt. If we get a 2 up. Oh, did ya? That's cool. Golly. I for real cannot see. I only want to take one off up there. If we start moving, for the love. Oh, I'm just a loser today. That's just great. We are an inside 5-minute candle. I just keep. What's gold doing? I don't know. Let's look. We looked earlier. Oh, it hit the target that we talked about. And now it's not doing a lot. It hit 2 weekly targets to the downside. A little aggression would be lovely right now. Come on, bulls. Ugh. We're stuck. We are stuck. This is what we call a compound inside bar, where all of this is stuck inside of this. There's a piece of fuzz. Jeez. Jeez Louise. All right, we got an inside 5-minute bar. Can you please break above 805? Great. 805.50. Give us 805.75. No, don't turn red. That's not what we want. Nope. Ugh. Okay, I'm done. I'm toast. Don't you go inside 5 and down. Watch on the 5-minute chart. I'll show you on the other screen. Low 93.25. Yeah, we don't want it to go inside and down. We want it to go inside and up. All right, ES. Ugh. ES is trying to go inside and up, and then NQ is being a big baby. About to get stopped out, guys. And then I'm done. Go the other way. Go up. Follow ES. No. No. Dead. I'm dead. Dead in the water. All right. Well, that's that. Yeah, Fridays. Sometimes we get good Fridays. Usually not. Yeah, no mas. I don't know. I'm not doing anything. We're, like I said, we're stuck in that range, so we're not moving. Not right now. That's the range. If we can get a fiver back up, maybe, because we have potential for outside 30s. But there's just not a lot of aggression. What is the VIX at? I'm kind of curious. So VIX just hit its weekly target today. What do I mean? Again, this is the mother bar. Pull it over, fail to stay above, go into the lows. Took out the lows. Outside bars, we love them. Used to hate them, love them now. They used to always stop me out. But now you can play against them. So even if you took the inside week and up, as soon as it started failing back below the previous week's highs, get out of your long and flip short. Target 1, target 2. So yeah, no more goat. No. Today, no, not goated today. Although the new high of day call was nice, but since then it's just been not very fun. Not very fun at all. ES is the stronger one intraday because it made a new high and Q did not. But I'm done. I'm not doing anything else. RTY and YM are just like blasting. I kind of want to short ES because of broadening formation. Ooh. Ugh. I should have. $20 is like 5 points. When you say you're not going to take any more trades, and then the one you should take, you don't. But you listened. That happens. So NQ is weaker intraday. NQ made a lower high and a lower low. ES made a higher high and a higher low. So oh, next Friday the market's closed, FYI. 4th of July. So I will not be here. No, I won't. VWAP, where's VWAP, Elaine? VWAP, WAP, WAP, WAP. Two up red shooter hour. Is it red? Tis not red on my chart. 750. It's pretty much right at the shooter level. Yeah, I'm on NQ. My candle's not red unless it's... Yeah, it's not red, but... I don't know. I just wish the bulls would have just ran it all the way up to the all-time high today. That would have been nice. They might. Gotta watch the 30s and the 60s. The 30s to the downside didn't do anything, so... I'm actually glad I didn't short ES because it didn't hit its target. Not yet, at least. Pretty small ranges for these little Browning formations. Yep. Just watching the trade mist. You would short indices for a scalp because of that broadening formation, but the higher time frames all still want up. But if you're day trading, which most people are day trading the futures, that's why. Same stuff, different time frame. So failure to stay above the highs, trying to go to the lows. CES is trying to take out those lows, which is what I wanted on the last 15-minute candle that didn't do it. And we had that big 1 minute, whatever that was, spike. I don't know what it was. Probably a tweet. I don't know. It's been pretty sideways for the last 45 minutes. If you look at the 15-minute chart on ES, you got this candle and then 15, 30, 45 just kind of sideways. It's kind of the problem with only getting to stream like 2 hours a day. You don't know what we're going to get, and it's just not moving. So that's why I'm like, I'm not taking any more trades.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Jimmy.
Well, good job today. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, but I missed the run up in the morning, and then it's just been sideways since. So I took several small losers, but that's okay. We keep our stops tight. We don't lose a bunch of money.
Yeah, and we have a double distribution day in the ES. I don't like those days. It's just too wonky when that happens. But it's Friday at least, right? You have plans for the weekend?
I do. I do. I'm flying back to St. Louis for my daughter's baby shower.
Okay, so I knew that because I was listening. I don't know why I asked that out of reflex, I think. But you're going to St. Louis. Shai's from St. Louis. I like St. Louis. My oldest checked out SLU as a possible option for school. He didn't pick it, but I had a good experience there.
Oh, that's good. It's always the outsiders that like it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm glass half full, but well, listen, safe travels and congratulations, by the way. And enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Thanks. I will.
All right, all right. Well, again, everybody, hit that like button, that thumbs up button, I guess, for Sarah. Great job today, especially on a Friday. Look forward to talking to you again next week. And in the meantime, well, not in the meantime, in the immediate time, we have our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl, is with us for our weekly wrap up. Shy, what is going on out there?
So, it's a crazy world. So, of course, yesterday We heard from the administration that a China deal had been signed 2 days ago. Then they retraced the steps because China came out and said, no, we created a framework for a deal, not an actual deal. And then the U.S. came back and said that we have resolved the critical minerals and magnets issue with China. So far, China hasn't denied that. So that is looking positive. So, more risk on today. And we are seeing a pullback in some of these metals.
So I guess a no denial is as good as we're going to get, huh? That's pretty exciting.
I know, right? So we got that going.
Well, anyway, interesting day in the markets today for sure, this whole week. And I think we need to start out with some of the amazing moves that we've seen in some of the metals. Let's start with silver. Let's do a recap on silver if we can.
Yeah, so absolutely. This story really, again, hasn't changed. We had a big move up over 37. We reached the old highs. Pulled back a little bit, but really overall, we're still in a positive week. So even though we have pulled back some today, again, fundamental story is still there. There's still a supply deficit. There's still growing demand on the retail side for bars, coins, jewelry, etc. Silver is also a store of value as well as a monetary metal. We used to have silver notes. People don't realize that, but a lot of people will argue about the precious metals aspect of silver, but it is still a precious metal despite its heavy industrial use. But so again, supply demand is still there. We're going to be in a deficit of over 100 million ounces this year. That's only supposed to grow. So there we go. But overall, I mean, this market can be very squirrely intraday. So just be careful with it.
It could be squirrely. That is the technical analysis word of the day from Shai. The daily chart, right? I have a daily chart up here. And we're starting to. I think we're starting to develop a sideways channel here, and we're above those March highs, and so I would kind of frame the bottom of the conversation over the last couple of weeks at around 35.70. And then the top of the conversation is really at 37.17. So it's a decent range. Don't get me wrong, but we are kind of in that area right now, and we have been for a while. The moving averages are even starting to flatten out a little bit. So we'll see if we stay in that consolidation range or not. I do have an anchored VWAP that I started from where this breakout really started on the 2nd of June, and we kind of just tapped it again today, and we've been trading above it. So I think buyers are very much in charge still, but we're kind of sitting right on that ADMA also at 36.30. So stochastics are kind of not really helping out. They're trying to arc up a little bit, not really, right in the middle of the range there. So that's kind of the story on the daily. And then the intraday, just to kind of see how squirrely that's been. VWAP is, we've been trading below VWAP ever since really right before the initial balance in the London session, and prices have kind of maintained that. We are touching it right now. The last, I don't know, 5 candles. This is a 15-minute chart. We are kind of bouncing off it again, and this is just a classic Brian Shannon VWAP touch at this point. I think sellers are still in charge right now, and we're also bump up against that Mentor Q 1-day min right now. So I don't know if we're going to see much action the rest of the day, but I expect, I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I expect that VWAP will hold, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But that's kind of the intraday story there. I think the bigger story, though, is that platinum market. That has just been wild. What is going on there?
So yeah, I mean, I'm actually glad to see a bit of a pause today, to be honest with you, because I think this market could go much higher, but I don't like parabolic markets by any stretch of the imagination. So, I think it's good that this market is kind of taking a pause and give it a little breather room. I mean, I would like to see it actually go a bit sideways before another leg up, to be honest with you. But again, we've been talking about this all week. The fundamentals are there. We've got a projected deficit of 500, we'll call it 500,000 ounces this year. That's only supposed to grow. We've got this market is in backwardation. So, there's tightness in the physical market as seen on the curve on this particular metal. And again, we are seeing retail side start buying in, again, coins, bars, and jewelry because of the cost of gold is so much higher. And we've also seen a lot of buying from China, the highest in 4 years. So it still has that demand underneath it.
So Tracy, could you touch on the idea of backwardation in this market for folks who don't know what that is?
So sure. So you usually have in the futures markets, you have two kinds of curves. You have backwardation, which means there's tightness in the market, and that is where your front month is trading much higher than your back months, right? And so if you're an investor, you like this kind of market because you can invest in the back end and you expect prices to go up over time. The opposite of this would be contango, and that's when your front month is trading much lower than your back months. And this is a bearish market because you expect prices to go down over time.
Great, thank you for that. This, and you mentioned parabolic. I mean, it is. I mean, look at this chart. This is a daily candle. We had a little bit of consolidation here mid-April all the way to mid-May. So it's about 30 days, a little bit of a bump up, a little more consolidation than at the end of May. But then we really took off here. And that's where I have my fib kind of anchored to the bottom. This fib was completely useless until today. These moving averages are just shooting straight up right now. We retraced back to that 23.6% retracement, which is really subtle. It's a normal market behavior on a daily chart. 38.1 is the next step down. I think if we got there quickly, though, we would be breaking that 8 EMA, which would kind of surprise me. We've been just marching along that 8 EMA for a couple of weeks now, so it's a pretty bullish trend up right now. Stochastics have been tangled in love over 80 or at 80 ever since May 20th. So there's not a lot of clues coming out of that, the stochastics on a daily. Intraday, I mean, this has just been, this is a really nice a trend channel down. This is a kind of a water slide, if you will, all the way down to almost S2. We didn't quite get down to S2 right now. Recovered a little bit and developed this point of control right here, approximately, not approximately, 1355 half. And it's a relatively dominant histogram bar, meaning there's a lot of volume there. So my guess is we're going to hover around that for the rest of the day. The other metal that actually has kind of come to life also is the copper market. Tracy, tell us about copper, Dr. Copper.
So, Dr. Copper, again, we have had we've had kind of an issue where a lot of stocks are moving to the U.S. to kind of front-run tariffs that may come about because this administration, when they first raised tariffs on steel and aluminum, mentioned that copper could be next, and they gave themselves kind of a 6-month window to assess how, if it's worth doing. In other words, basically, it comes down to. And so we have seen a lot of copper move to the U.S. Now, what's happening is that LME stocks are getting squeezed. We have a huge supply problem at LME. And then we have China having to send copper to LME to cover their short positions, which is leading to a deficit in China. And now China has a supply problem. And so that all flows back to higher prices globally.
That's almost like a secular problem, which could cause this to exacerbate even more, right?
Absolutely, it could. But again, aside from the kind of the physical issue that we're having with a supply problem, I mean, globally we are in a supply deficit. Demand is much higher than supply, and any kind of supply that's going to come online. So there is that bullish fundamental about it. It's just being exacerbated by the actual physical copper problem in China, U.S., and London.
Oh, by the way, who coined the phrase Dr. Copper? Did somebody get credit for that or no?
I don't know. I probably should know. I will chat GPT it later.
There you go.
But,
ChatGPT.
it is a right. So copper. If you want to look at it in the economic standpoint of it as well, copper is definitely not saying that we're going to see a global recession.
Got it. All right. So just looking at the daily chart here, I mean, I have a lot of lines here. I apologize for that. I just really wanted to show how volatile this market could be really on a weekly basis. But this is a daily candle chart. Nice rally up to this peak high up here, 5.37, and then we just had really a violent sell-off all the way down to 4.02, and it was slow recovery, a lot of sideways channel action, and then a couple days ago we broke out of that channel. I had a long-term area, maybe you can call it even a triple top area resistance around 4.937, and then we broke through it pretty forcefully. Look at those moving averages. They just took off. So it's a pretty big move up. Today we sold off a little bit. You could just it's kind of like a baby body of a candle inside bar by all accounts today. So I'm not really ready to say we're going to start retracing like crazy back down. I think the opposite. I think this is pretty strong. My opinion, worst case is we're going to end up with a little bit more consolidation before our next leg up. Stochastics, we had a nice crossover here about a week ago. That was that Monday, maybe. And boom, look at the slope of that stochastic straight up. So again, suggesting pretty strong bull move. Intraday, yeah, it was a nice trading day, actually. VWAP kind of mattered for a while, then it didn't matter. Right now, we just started trading above that VWAP right now, right up to that 0 DTE call resistance gamma wall level. Approximately, we just hit it just now, 5.1 even on the nose. So there's still some probably trade left in the day today for Dr. Copper. I don't think the day is over yet. We're not seeing the same consolidation we saw in the last market. And we do have a little bit of a double distribution here. We have a point of control that started to form overnight at 5.12. Don't forget about that. And then the official point of control way down here on the volume profile is 5.057. So I know a lot of wonkiness in between, but sometimes these points of control and competing points of control do act like magnets, especially as we get through a Friday. So, Tracy, I think we got to move on to the US dollar, and we could talk about the Euro FX as kind of a proxy for that if we can.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this week we saw a massive move in DXY. We actually hit lows we just a touch below 97, 96, 96.997 was low, but still saw 96 handle. We haven't seen that quite a long time. If we look at, the intraday chart here, it's trying to touch that 3 times. Just interesting, sorry. But a lot of that has to do with kind of people questioning the credibility of the Fed. We kind of have this war between members where they generally kind of are unanimous-ish, but now we've kind of split off where you have Bowman and Waller uber dovish, and a couple middle, and then you have, the rest. So what it's viewed as like in this particular time is people are kind of saying it's kind of the Trump camp versus the Powell camp within the Fed, and it's factioning. And so that is also spooking the dollar a little bit. And the reason I mentioned the dollar is because the euro is most heavily weighted in that dollar index basket. And so any moves in the US dollar will be reflected in the opposite way in the euro, more so than most of the other currencies.
Got it. Makes sense. I mean, we've ever since May 13th, May 12th, we've had a really nice orderly rally, actually. I've used the word orderly because there wasn't, there's almost not a pause, maybe a couple of days of a retracement back here in the middle of June. But, everything's moving, sloping up nicely. We're almost, we've made another higher high today. This is grinding upward, as they say. Stochastics is way overbought and it has been for a long period of time. That doesn't matter to me this much in this particular market or most markets, but I want to see us get back down to the neutral zone here. But it's a pretty good, pretty nice, even Steven rally that we're seeing here. Intraday, a nice point of control right here. We're right at this point of control right now. Remember, when you're trading currency pairs, this is really a currency pair. There's two sides, right? And the Eurozone, I think, what time is it over there? They're probably at happy hour right now. So my guess is we're going to end up pretty close to this point of control by the end of the day. Let's shoot over. I'm checking my cheat sheet here, Tracy.
Are you gonna wait? Are you gonna start buying euros now just in case it goes higher before your trip, or what? Are you gonna hope it comes down?
I am I'm gonna hope and pray it comes down. I'm in so much trouble. I mean, I have to. So it's got to come down before the first week of September because that's when I'm going to Europe. So I'm just praying. Oh my goodness. Let's shoot over to crude oil. Let's see how that's cooking right now.
So again, obviously we had the weekly looks horrific because we had the geopolitical move higher, spike higher. And of course that, with that risk taken out of the market, we then saw a pullback in crude. And so although the week looks awful, really we're trading higher than we had been before these spikes happened. So if you took the spikes out of the equation, because they certainly weren't fundamental, it was just geopolitical reaction, had nothing to do with the underlying market. Then we're still trading a bit higher. We're up a little over 1% today. So this market, after we had that huge pullback, is starting to grind higher. I mean, the fundamentals are there. We had draws across the board in products and crude this week in the EIA. We also, crude, I guess you could say crude's up a little bit today, also on this hopium that, China and the U.S. are going to work it all out, and China will, buy more crude oil from us, obviously. So, and I've been saying this whole year, this market's really problem has been sentiment, not so much the underlying fundamentals of this market. A lot of people thought that we were going to have this global recession and nobody was going to buy oil anymore. And then every time we see a number come out, we see demand numbers higher than expected. We're growing at 1 million barrels per day. So ultimately, the fundamentals are behind this market. It's just been poorly sentimented.
Well, great observation on we're trading higher. I mean, I added a rectangle here and just kind of glancing off the top of all of these candles, going all the way back from March 12th, all the way until we had that little breakout there on June 6th. And I extended it all the way across. Resistance becomes support. And that's where we're at. And that really highlights what Tracy just said. We are still trading, and we have been for 1, 2, 3, 4 days after things settle down a little bit above where we were. So we're at a 65, almost a 66 handle right now. Moving averages are all starting to converge or pinch together as well. So maybe we will see some consolidation or maybe not. Who knows what's going to happen here with the U.S.-China situation and all the other situations we got brewing. We do have kind of a pause on the stochastics here. We're oversold, but I don't know. We're just kind of paused right now. We'll see if we can get a break back up to the upside or not. Intraday, not that much to do intraday. I mean, we keep bouncing off of the the U.S. Initial balance high, which is at Jax 2, which is at that even $66 number. The range isn't that big, and point of control is kind of widespread on this profile right now. So there's some price happiness, I'm going to say, between 65.85 and then, I don't know, maybe down to 65.72. In the crude oil market. And we've been above VWAP lately, so I don't know that we're going to break that today, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. Sticking with the energy complex, let's shoot over to heating oil.
Yeah, so heating oil, unlike crude oil, is actually down today, about 1%, a little over 1%. This market is still kind of pulling back from that move. Partially, the reason is because the risks in the Middle East, they mostly have heavy sour crude, medium and heavy sour crude, which is used to make diesel and other heavier distillates. So that risk off is still more affecting the diesel market or heating oil market or heavy distillate markets more so than it is on the WTI market.
That makes total sense. Yeah. At some point in my career, they changed. It was all of a sudden it became ultra low sulfur diesel instead of heating oil, and that was like, what?
I know. Well, it's still called heating oil on the thing, but I guess people are calling it diesel now. But really, they're very, very similar. I'm not going to go into exactly the refining process, but they are both heavy distillates, and they are very similar in nature, chemically speaking.
Yeah, and I think recently, right, the IMO or whatever the global shipping industry is, set some new standards for ultra low sulfur diesel for shipping that I think have kicked in maybe in the last year or so.
Yeah, last couple of years. Well, the first year it went into effect, everybody ignored it, so they like kind of reminded people again.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, we'll see if there's any compliance on that one. Let's take a peek at the intraday. I'm sorry, the daily chart right here. And, it's similar to the crude oil chart that we saw for sure. I have marked off here, and this is always fascinates me when we have these like geopolitical shocks or these black swans, whatever you want to call it. And then all of a sudden you wake up to an old price. January 17th, high close. I mean, look at that. We wicked up to it, and then we wicked up to it again, and then sold off big time after we hit that. And that's 2.643. And then we kind of sold off. And so again, same story. Moving averages are really kind of tight. Getting more consolidated every day. A little bit of a range is forming over the last 4 days, which is maybe good, maybe some stability, a little less market uncertainty, I guess, at least for today. We do have, again, this area of resistance. It's only one data point here, but it is a swing high, because then we went to a swing low. So this swing high I'm going to use as an area of resistance, drag it all the way across, and I'm going to call it support for now. Really, the short-term support's a little bit higher in my mind. That's at 2.2509. The stochastics doing kind of following suit, but whenever you're looking at an oscillator on a daily or a weekly, and you have one mega benchmark candle, it kind of moves the math around a little bit. I know this is a 14 period, but still, it does kind of influence the math on some of these things too. So keep that in mind when you're looking at that, as opposed to just a regular trending market as well. Intraday, nothing but a sell-off. VWAP is king today. Sellers are in charge. We ended up right down here. Is that S1? Yeah, S1. Nice point of control finally. Probably we're going to settle close to around here at this level. Really didn't get to make new lows after we hit that initial balance low for the day. But even the bands are kind of sloping down, so it's pretty negative. That's the story on heating oil as far as I could tell. I want to ask you though, Tracy, kind of going back to interest rates, the Fed, and all that stuff, the July meeting. Is there any chance we're going to get a cut in July, or is this just off the table?
Well, the market is factoring in. I mean, after Bowman and Waller spoke, the market got all excited. We went from like a 10% chance to a 23% chance. Since then, we've had everybody else come out and say, no, we can wait. So now I doubt we'll see a July, even though the administration would certainly like that, and we're hearing about that every day. That they would like that, but I still think we're probably looking at September, maybe August.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We'll see. I'm a super fan of the underdog here. I'm rooting for July, but I don't know.
All right, everybody loves to have July, but we have just kind of looking ahead to next week, we do have a holiday. 4th of July on Friday. So as far as data is concerned, on Thursday, we are going to have both jobless claims and ADP. So next week should be really interesting with non-farm and jobless payrolls. Jobless payroll. Oh my God, why can't I say that? Non-farm and jobless claims. I can't speak today. What is this? So just gear up for that. That's going to be next Thursday, obviously. And again, we have a great lineup next week. We have Josh Crum, Ellen Wald, Garrett Toy, and DCP Cooks, Donnie. So it'll be a great week.
Yeah, Ellen Wald, I loved her book. It was a great book.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, for
I
sure.
love her.
Well,
She's
yeah,
great.
the last thing I want to say before we get to our very special guest that's coming up here is we are going into a holiday weekend, right? And we're going to have the all eyes on employment on Thursday, and then boom, we're into this holiday weekend. So it'll be an interesting end of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, obviously we get the very last day of the month on Monday. So, we've got the JPM collar expiring, then the new one going on. We got a lot going on next week before to pack into 4 days.
Yeah, for sure. Well, in any event, Tracy, thanks so much for being here. Great working with you all week. Hopefully you have a fantastic weekend, and we will chat again soon.
Excellent, you too. Thank you.
All right, all right. So, folks, we have a really special guest today. We have Catherine Yoshimoto. Catherine is the Director of Products Management at FTSE Russell. And what perfect timing to have you on the show today. Today is Russell Reconstruction Day, isn't it?
Yeah, today is our long-awaited annual Russell Reconstitution Day. That's right, and it tends to be one of the largest trading volume days in the financial calendar. So yeah, we're looking forward to the close of today's U.S. markets.
Yeah, so we on the future side, we have a lot of futures traders at NinjaTrader that love the Russell 2000 futures, and we trade it and analyze it every day, really, here on NinjaTrader Live and throughout the NinjaTrader community. But a lot of them have heard about Reconstruction, but they really don't know what it means. And if you could kind of walk us through kind of what it is.
Sure. Russell Reconstitution is the annual reset of the indexes, the Russell 1000, Russell 2000. So the Russell 1000 is the large cap index. The Russell 2000, as you know, is quite well known and is probably one of the best known small cap U.S. equity benchmarks. The Reconstitution, we call it also Recon for short. Russell Reconstitution basically makes sure that any changes that have occurred in the markets over the past year, small caps becoming large caps becoming small caps are reflected. So we do rank all of the companies that are eligible as a rank day. This year was April 30th based on total shares times price. That's the size that's used for the company for the ranking. And then we determined the break point between the Russell 1000 and Russell 2000, which was about 4.6 billion this year, roughly the same as last year. So the markets seem fairly stable in the middle, but you see a growth on the top side, and then smaller companies entering at the bottom of the Russell 2000, which is at the 3000th company in the Russell 3000 ranking. But yeah, so we do rank that, and then we made our preliminary announcements of the additions and deletions and changes, including to growth and value indexes on May 23rd. And, that gives the market enough time to digest the news, prepare for the trade. And, the trade, as you know, is occurring tonight at tonight's U.S. close. And so that gave the market about a month, right? And Russell indexes are widely known in the industry as one of the most transparent, well-telegraphed index rebalances. That's another word that you might hear: rebalance, reconstitution. Basically, it is a re-ranking, re-weighting of the indexes to make sure we're reflecting the markets accurately.
Okay, so let's talk about the process. Now, you mentioned the May 23rd date. So there's a process involved. It's not like Friday, you snap your fingers, and then Monday it's the new index. Walk us through that process and why it's important for the index participants.
Yeah, absolutely. The process, I noted transparency is very important for this process. That was one of the reasons the designers of the Russell US indexes came out of Russell Consulting back in 1984. They wanted a transparent index that anybody can really follow the rules, right? So the rules are published on our website. People understand what the rules are. So actually, there are quite a few people in the industry who work on predicting the changes even before we announce. But we, don't want to make market moving statements or announcements, right? But we want to make sure there is stability in the market. So, so we have a very transparent process, but the announcement itself, the process itself is part of that process, right? We announce on after the US market closes on that Friday. Each year the calendar shifts, but it's the Friday, right? The about 5 weeks ahead of the Reconstitution, May 23rd this year. And so that gives ample time for the markets to digest and index fund trackers to prepare. So some of them might use futures or options, right, to prepare as well and hedge volatility. That just really enhances the process around it, the transparency and making sure everyone's prepared. We've also worked with the the exchanges over the years. NASDAQ closing cross. NASDAQ was a pioneer in this closing cross concept where all the share prices, for each company, they're traded at a single price at that close. So, they really have enhanced their technology around price discovery, making sure there's stability going into that close. And NYSE similarly has the closing auction. So yeah, it is quite a robust ecosystem around the Russell US indexes reconstitution that's built over the last 4 decades, especially in the past 2 decades. I think the industry has gotten much more sophisticated understanding of what is required to make sure that this is not a disruptive event. It is Russell Reconstitution is viewed largely as a liquidity event. So something positive for the markets. It's good for small cap companies that are entering the Russell 2000, right? NASDAQ has actually done studies where they show that, index inclusion brings long-term institutional investors into especially these small cap companies that are entering the index for the first time. So yeah, it is really all about, enhancing the ecosystem and the investable opportunities set for everybody.
So all the investment products that surround the index now, they have about a month or so to kind of rebalance their inventory and their portfolio to keep a seamless investment vehicle for everybody else.
That's right.
Yeah.
Depending on the mandate, it might vary. The strategy, the actual tactics they use might vary. So if it's an active manager, they might actually be trying to profit based on price changes during this time. That's fine. They're an active manager, active fund, benchmark to an index, but they can make their active decisions to outperform the benchmark. Now, an index fund, which many ETFs are, although active funds, ETFs are starting to grow now, but traditionally, an index fund like an ETF, they must track the benchmark closely because they are, basically judged on how close they track the benchmark. So they want as little tracking error as possible. So they are trying to prepare for this rebalance event today, right? And they might be working with sell side desks to identify shares to purchase, right? So they're getting their books in order for today's close.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, and that's probably a little bit mathematical, but also, like you said, trying to take advantage of the situation the best they can, right? Because they're going to eventually have to sell the stuff that are coming off the books and add new equities onto the books.
Yeah, so that's right. There is a deletions process where they have to remove the stocks that are getting deleted from the Russell indexes, and then an additions process where they have to purchase the stocks that are coming into the index. So, yes, there are buyers and sellers on both ends, and that's what makes this so interesting.
So I think of this as kind of like a sports team, right? Every year they want to refresh their roster. They want to get better players in and get rid of the players that aren't doing so good that year. What's the criteria? I mean, what criteria is used to add or delete?
Yeah, so I mentioned our transparent rules. So obviously the complete rules are on our website. The minimum criteria include rules such as minimum dollar. The stock has to have traded at a minimum of $1 or more on rank date. But then there is a 30-day window for existing index members. That's to reduce turnover. So we don't want to just kick them out because of one day drop in price. There's a minimum price requirement, minimum market cap. A company has to be $30 million in total market cap. It has to be classified as a U.S. company based on the Russell nationality rules. We don't include ADRs or pink sheets or OTC. So there are security types that must be investable. We also apply minimum 5% float and 5% voting rights. So that's at a high level, a summary. Again, you can find the complete rules on our website. I would say also that with the ranking, something to note while there is a hard break point at the bottom of the Russell 2000, which again is also the bottom of the Russell 3000, there is a band between the Russell 1000 and Russell 2000. This ensures that small changes around that breakpoint between the Russell 1000 and Russell 2000 aren't going to, cause unnecessary turnover due to small changes. So this year's band, the Russell 2000 company, even though I mentioned that $4.6 billion band between the Russell 1000 and Russell 2000, the Russell 2000 company that was as big as $7.4 billion was within the band. So it will not move into the Russell 1000. And a company as small as I believe it was $2 billion, was at the bottom at the Russell 1000 band. They did not move into the Russell 2000 because again, we want to reduce this unnecessary turnover because next year they might come back, right?
I mean, are there companies that are trying to get in that small cap level that might qualify and are like, do they like petition you like, hey, pick me, or is it totally analytical?
It's completely analytical, rules-based, based on the data as of the rank date. Now,
Okay.
that is important. We do get a lot of inquiries, to your point, where companies ask, what are the rules? So I don't know if you saw that I did publish a blog clarifying, highlighting, again, the rules to kind of as an intro to Russell Index's inclusion rules, right? So that's kind of the first stop, right? So, but yes, we do hear from companies who want to get in, but it's definitely not a voting process or anything like that. It is transparent based on the rules. Do they qualify based on their characteristics?
Yeah, that makes sense. So, what happens? Okay, so this is an annual event, right? My understanding next year it's going to be twice a year.
Yes, that's correct. So at the beginning of this year, we did announce, and this has been a multi-year process. analyzing the benefits of moving to a semi-annual reconstitution. We also wanted to make sure we're operationally prepared, and we wanted to give the market a long time to digest the news and prepare for it. So we did consult on moving to potentially a semi-annual reconstitution at the end of 2023. We took a full year to analyze it, and I will also clarify, though, we've been getting feedback to move to a semi-annual reconstitution since about 2019, because that's when the trade size has grown and stayed above $100 billion. So that's really kind of the first, the primary reason index users were coming to FTSE Russell, asking to, potentially think about having a second reconstitution that could potentially reduce the size of this trade that only occurs once a year.
Yeah.
So we did announce at the beginning of this year, and we're giving about 2 years notice. So the second reconstitution will be in November, the second Friday of November before Thanksgiving. That's very important because of the liquidity concerns once you get to Thanksgiving or even the week before it. So we will have a second reconstitution, second Friday of November from 2026. Primarily, that will be a rebalancing of the Russell 1000, Russell 2000 memberships. And if any move between the two indexes or any new additions, will get their growth and value probabilities recalculated and reassessed. But if any member is not moving, so Russell 1000 member, Apple is 100% growth. Let's say we rerun the data next year and it's no longer 100% growth for November, it will not change at that point, because adding the style rebalance actually adds a lot more turnover, because the style turnover tends to be double digits versus single digits for just the Russell 1000, Russell 2000. So, but that was feedback that was supported by the consultation and their clients and just market practitioners in general. They do agree that the rebalancing styles fully twice a year was not necessary, that once a year for that is sufficient. But people wanted to see the Russell 1000, 2000 large cap, small cap memberships updated a second time.
So outside of Recon, how do you guys handle, mergers and bankruptcies, stuff like that?
Yeah, so we have a daily corporate action process that our index management team manages. So they are monitoring corporate events, right? So that's exactly why, one of the reasons why, people look at the Russell 1000 security count. And there are several reasons, but why isn't it exactly 1,000?
Yeah.
So when a company is acquired and it reduces the count by one in the Russell 1000, we don't replace it. We don't have a replacement role for the Russell indexes. But we do add IPOs on a quarterly basis. So currently, outside of annual reconstitution, we also have a quarterly IPO inclusion process in September, December, March, as well as any significant share and float changes.
That makes total sense. That makes total sense. It was funny because yesterday we were looking at the Russell 2000 futures, and it was leading the pack, right? It was up more than the S&P, NASDAQ, everybody else. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, okay, maybe there's going to be a little bit more volatility and a little bit more participation because of what's happening today. And I think we saw that yesterday, maybe a little bit today, and for sure on Monday.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I will say that we do seem to see an uptick in the interest in the Russell 2000 for whatever reason. There's a lot going on in the markets, and and I think, well, the Russell 2000 tends to be a more domestically focused index. So the companies in the Russell 2000 get only about 20% of their revenues from outside of the US. The Russell 1000 companies get about 40% of their revenues from outside of the US, which makes sense. A lot of the Russell 1000 names are multinational companies, right, that rely on other countries for revenue. So that could be one potential reason why, index users are looking to the Russell 2000 potentially to look more domestically, more domestic focused companies.
Awesome. Well, on the future side, we love these markets. Keep up the good work. We're gonna keep analyzing them and looking at them. Greatly appreciate you being with us today on NinjaTrader Live, especially today. I'm sure you're super busy today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
All right, all right. Follow Catherine in the internet. I found you easily, so you're easily findable. Thanks again for being here. Look forward to talking to you again. All right, all right. Folks, thanks for being here on NinjaTrader Live. We're going to do a little bit more wrapping up here for the next 15 minutes, and then we're going to call it a day. I'm going to pull up the E-mini S&P chart. We'll just kind of see. We'll go through all the stock index futures, including the Russell, and we'll just kind of go through what's happening, man. Let's start with the E-mini S&P and just kind of drill through these. Wow, that was great. I learned more about how these stock index futures work in 15 minutes than I've ever known. Anyway, they didn't teach us this stuff in MBA school. Maybe they did, and I just forgot. I don't know. Nice point of control here at the top of today's session, although we broke out above it. We broke out above the initial balance. Also, driving up to R2 today. This is resilient market, tracking 62.34. We also saw Pax's lines this morning on this. So there is upside room to grow. From a breadth point of view, though, I mean, we only have about 482,000 contracts traded. So it was kind of light on that front. I'm going to just shoot over to my ruler here. We're just going to measure low to high and kind of see where we're at with respect to that ATR. Right now, 42, a little over 42 points low to high. ATR is almost at 82. That's a 14 period look back on the E-mini S&P. So when I see that, I'm thinking, well, there's room to grow. Right now, I know volume's tapering off, and these daily ranges have been tapering off for sure. But still, I like to compare it to that 14-day. I know it's a Friday, but there's going to be rebalancing. There's going to be people wanting to get out, taking the weekend off, wanting to not hold a position in over the weekend. Folks that are going to be profit taking maybe later on today. Who knows? So there's a lot of moving parts here, and that kind of range, that 42 range right now, is telling me, well, we're breaking out to the upside here. Maybe there is some room to grow. So let's take a look at some Mentor Q levels on that note. We have that one-day max, which is right here. It's 62.47, and then we have that blind spot 2 right above it at 48. So there's a couple of targets right there that are definitely reachable. Above that, there's a lot of empty sky. There's no clouds up here. There's a lot of empty sky. I know. Paula uses the Ikamuchi cloud. I'm just joking. R3 right here is at 62.96. Probably taking a positive event in the news cycle to get up there today. Let's keep rolling. Micro Nazi. It's going to look real similar today, although maybe not as peppy. Micro Nasdaq's not as peppy today. We're still have not had a. This is interesting, and this is where that edgefull.com stat comes through. We have not had that breakout of the initial balance, right? We're still within the initial balance from a wick point of view, from a body of a candle point of view. That top of that balance right there. Let me make sure I got my data right. I think I do. I'm using 15-minute bars today. It throws me off a little bit, but what happened to my thing here? Oh, here we go. That's it. Where are we at here? Let's see how close we're getting here in the NASI. The high is 823 and 3/4. We're getting there. We're testing it again. We'll see if we can get that single break to the upside here. We already went through some call resistance levels here from the 0 DTE point of view. Next step up, really, if we do break through, is this R1 level here, which I love the pivots, 855 and 3/4. After that, we got JAX4. It's at 22,900, and then that one-day max again by Mentor Q. Their secret sauce. I love these levels. 937 half. So there's room to grow. On the downside, we pretty much, this is a pretty decent, the initial balance really spanned the whole, not perfectly, but spanned the whole session, high to low. We've been trading above VWAP really ever since the bell rang. So that's kind of telling me, yeah, buyers are in control. Well, Captain Obvious, yeah, they're in control. So we'll see what, there are some downside targets, though. The volume profile is not helpful at all. We have a competing point of control right here. The main point of control, we haven't even seen the main point of control since, halfway through the initial balance. So I don't know if we're going to get back down there today or not. Let's shoot over to the Russell 2000, which is the market of the day. and see what's going on there. We've traded and broken through the top of the initial balance pretty forcefully. That was at 20. Well, we could round it up to. No, let's not round it up. Let's say what it is: 21.99 half. And not right, we're right back at it right now. And that 22 even number, that's right where call resistance is right now. Top of the value area also. So that might be sticky. I don't know. But R1, yeah, we kind of just hit it a couple times and didn't get further penetration to the upside. Jacks 4 at 21.10 for an upside target. And again, that volume weighted average price is really holding. It's looking pretty good. Boy, Russell 2000. It's a great market, folks. Where are we at here? Let's keep rolling. You want to look at the Dow? We can look at the Dow. We neglect the Dow, but let's look at it anyway. Holy cow. Yeah, this is pretty aggressive. This is the $5 Dow. Blue, what do they call it? Blue chips. Never trust an index under 30. This is a nice initial balance breakout again. Broke out of R2. That last candle caught a bid, big time. Right now we're tracking 44, 184, and we have nothing but, this is how orderly this rally is. And I love when I see this. It's like we got a higher high, higher high, higher high. Oh no, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high. Every candle just about a higher high. Every candle just about a higher low. There's, no one's hitting the sell button, right? There's no retracement here. This is just a strong, strong move up. Now the volume profile is not helping us, but remember the Dow is it's a smaller volume market as well. So keep that in mind as well when you're thinking about volume profiles. We're talking about volume, and there's less volume in the Dow. I mean, what's the volume today? 38,000. It's the weakest of the group. So not surprised that the volume profile is not really helping today, but this is just, a slow and steady. This is a trend day up for the Dow, for sure. Let's take a look at some treasuries here. Do I have some time left? I think I do. Yeah, I got some time left. Take a look at some treasuries here. We haven't talked about the 30-year bond in a while here. My volume profile, so it looks kind of blocky, and I'll tell you why. It's about the tick size, right? And it's also about the range. So when I go to my volume profile, you could adjust how high the histogram bars are, right? And I had it ticks per level at 4, only because we were looking at these markets that traded in quarter points. I'm going to change this to 1 here. And so, you don't want to do like a 3 or something that's not evenly divisible into the tick size that you're trading. So, this trades in 30 seconds. So it's, for me, it's going to be like, I want to either have it at, 8 or 4 or 2 or 1. We have a small range. So I'm going to put it at 1. I'll hit the apply button and okay. And now we get a little better picture. I have the volume even labeled in there. How cool is that? Any event, we pretty much, this market has been resilient, right? It's been a slow grind up on the dailies. Right now, we're not a range day, kind of a sideways day if you think about it. The point of control, on days like today, what I do is I'm going to look at that point of control and I'm going to say, how many candles have traded through that, and when were we trading through that? And you could look at these candles and you could just eyeball it. I'm going to eyeball it and I'm going to say 70% of the candles ever since that 315 to 330 candle has traded through this price. This is price happiness. Look how big the histogram bar is. 23,727 contracts traded there. And it's right by the VWAP too. So VWAP and that point of control, it often is the case, but they're right next to each other as well. So I'm thinking, all right, this is price happiness right now. Likelihood of a breakout to the upside, especially right now, again, short of some unplanned news, which is always possible, is unlikely, I think, at this point in the day. I think we're value area trading at this point. Remember, this is a $31.25 tick, and there's 32 increments in a point. So it's a little bit different math, and the tick size is a little bit bigger, which a lot of traders like, right? When you factor in your transaction costs, it's like, oh, it's a fraction of the tick. Let's do this. Anyway, one of my favorite markets as well. So that's the story there. Tight value area, tight range across the board on that. And you were going to see the same thing. We do have an ultra bond contract, and we don't really talk about that. Uh, Jason Shapiro does. We talk about ultra bonds and ultra notes. Notice there's no Menthor Q data here. I get that weird error here. That's because there's no options data here really associated with this. So when you see that, it's not like, don't freak out. That's just because of the Menthor Q. I have the Menthor Q study up there, and it's not picking that up. But this looks pretty similar here as well. There's no surprises here in the in that particular market. And so just kind of glancing across the board here, we're running out of time, but I just want to kind of look intraday at a couple of the markets that maybe me and Tracy covered. One last time, one last peek here. Look at that, pretty big sell-off here, 11:30 to 11:45. While I was talking to Catherine, that's a pretty big sell-off for some reason. I'm not sure what happened. I wasn't looking at the news. I was talking to Catherine and talking with you guys. But yeah, so something positive might have happened here. We're back, we're almost back. We whipped to a 64 handle there. Didn't quite get to that high vol level right there, which is 64.75. And we did wick through Jax 1 though. It's 65 even. So even not, I mean, this day's not over, folks. There is still some opportunities here as well as risk, so be careful. Um, be careful. By the way, Chad, thanks for being here, man. Mike, thank you for that. You have a great weekend too. I want everybody to have a great weekend. That's what they're for, right? Relaxing, family, friends, taking it easy, doing a little yard work. Lee says, Jim, I'm on NinjaTrader, trading the Russell until I get better. The vertical bar on your chart, what is it and how do I get it on NT, please? The vertical bar on my chart. Let me go. Was I looking at an intraday chart? Lee, give me a little bit more reference here. I got a lot of things on my chart. Um, we'll come back to this market in a second. Hang tight, everybody. Let's go to Russell. Where are you looking at? Direct me in the, oh, so I'm back on the Russell. Might have been just my crosshairs. All right, I'll go back to crude. So I'm not sure. If you see it again, Lee, just say, right there. Don't move your mouse. Centro, thanks. You're very kind. In any event, so we're kind of crude oil is kind of inching back up here as well. And remember, keep an eye on the value area here. That's that call resistance level, that 0 DTE kind of defines the bottom of it. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the volume profile here. You're talking about the histogram bar having the actual volume of that histogram bar in it. That's all it is. When you go to the volume profile study, there's a little box at the bottom where you could check to put the prices in there, to put the volume in there. That's all that is, right? So it just, graphically you get the representation with the histogram bar, but if you really want to get into it and see it, what the actual volume was, that's already been traded for the session. That's how you do it. Sorry. It took me a minute to keep up with that. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. But you guys are the best for being part of the show. That's for sure. Oh man, we are so out of time. I apologize for that, Mission Control. So that's it for NinjaTrader Live this week. What a great lineup we had today. What great conversation we had in the chat. Folks, feel free to, I encourage you guys to tell people about this. The more folks we have participating, the better we get. Everybody's been awesome helping each other out. High tides lift all boats. I learned stuff from you guys. Appreciate you being part of the NinjaTrader Live community. It is the best community by far that I've ever been involved in. And I've been involved in a lot of them. Just look how old I am. But in any event, I do want to leave you with the next week off the hook again, but I do want to leave you with this most important message of the day. And this is super important because it's the weekend, a long weekend. A lot of people let loose a little bit. Remember, be safe out there, be good to each other. Have a great weekend.